Hi, everybody. Hey, Wendy, I've got a question for you.
What can I do for you, Councillor or Councillor Richter?
The packages that I've been getting, I got a little message from Corrine, I believe, asking me to return my tabs. So I guess, well, ever since we've been having Zoom meetings, I've saved all my packages.
Yeah.
I was just wondering when I could drop them off this week to you, because you probably have to leave them quarantined for 3 days or something.
You know what? You can drop them off anytime and we'll just put them away for a little bit.
Okay. And now, do I have to make an appointment to come in and drop them off, or
No,
can I just?
No, you can come on in. Your fob still works in the building, so you can come on in anytime. And we've usually got someone around, and you can just put them on the counter in front of Korean's desk, and we'll take care of them.
Okay, or I can just even. Oh yeah, I guess.
Or you can leave them in the council office, and they'll get to us. That would be fine too.
Okay, well, I'll let you know what I'm going to do then, but
Okay.
I'll get them into you this week for sure.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Wendy. We're just testing. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
No problem.
Wendy, are you there? Hello.
Hey, Wendy, can you hear me? I'm just testing.
Yes, I can hear you, Nadia.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Long.
Oh, you're there. Okay.
Yep, we're just about to get started.
Yeah, I logged in about noon to see if I get whatever.
All right, can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? Same. Just testing my mic. Testing. Is it coming through? Okay, good. Thanks. I got a nod.
Video's been disabled here. I can't.
Okay. Oh, we got one,
Miss
two.
Power? Hello.
Yeah, Councillor Long.
Hi, Councillor Long. I'm just trying to find your name in the list. Just hold a moment.
Says that the host has disabled me.
That's interesting. I didn't know the host asked to start video. There we go. I didn't even know the host could do that. So who would be you? Someone's logged on and they've got the name user. Does anyone know who that is?
Oh, that's me.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
I cannot start the video because it's been disabled.
Really? Because it says that I have, just a minute. Stop. You might want to try again because the only option I have now is stop video.
Well, that's all. Can you see me then?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. All good, I guess. I can't see. I'll turn my mute on.
Are we missing anybody?
Wendy,
Yes, ma'am.
it's Kim again.
Mhm.
I don't have the tabs here for raising my hand, and there's no participants list up. Am I doing something wrong, or is it 'cause we haven't started the
Yeah,
meeting?
on the bottom of your screen, you should have a participants button that if you push it should open that one up.
Enlarge. Okay, I'm going to try enlarging and seeing if it. Okay, now I've
Okay.
got it. All right. Great. Thank you.
No problem.
We're missing Councillor Ferguson.
No, I have not seen Councillor Ferguson yet.
Oh, technology. Let's give him a minute. If not, we'll see.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
There's someone there that just says council, but I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's the actual feed that goes out to the internet.
Oh, I see. For some reason, even though I signed in my account with my picture on my thing, whenever I go shut off the video, the picture doesn't show up. I don't know how to do that. I go to the actual zoom.us account, it shows my picture and everything's all there. But then when I go on it.
Did you log on your computer to zooms.us before you attached the meeting? Maybe that would do it. Oh, okay. Then
No, that's what I did. And I went on first thing and then I.
Anybody hear me still?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
You in your garage? Sounds like you're in your garage, or maybe you're in some big room somewhere. Yeah, Blair, I had to sign in before it would do that. I don't know, but it seems to be.
Yeah, I know. I did sign in first, and then I joined and then I added the meeting once I had signed in. My picture does show up here, and it says say counselor, but then when I actually shut my video off, it just has my name, and it still says counselor, but I'm not sure why. Anyways.
Is it possible it's because you're signing into a US account instead of a Canadian account?
No, actually Zoom is a US. Their extension is US.
I'm on the zoom.us.
Yeah, that's the correct one.
So I don't know if there's a button I push that says don't show picture or something, but I can't see that anywhere. So I don't know. Anyways, I'll keep my camera on most of the time here.
I'll just test mine comes up.
Yeah, see, yours is fine. Everybody else's seems fine except for me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Well, we like seeing the real you.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, are we ready this far? Looks like we're mostly all here. I'd like to bring the regular meeting of Township Council to order. And the first item is adoption and receipt of the agenda items. Could I have a motion, please? If you could just unmute yourself and then move it.
Moved.
And seconder. Looks like David Davis is moving his hand, so I'll accept that as a second.
Okay, I'm trying to speak. I have an issue with the agenda.
Yeah, okay, so I've got a list here I'm going to go through. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Mayor Froze, that you received the email I just sent regarding the notice of motion being amended, as I've outlined there for council's preview, and then sort of outlining why the notice of motion is in order.
Okay, no, I haven't had a chance to look at it. But I know it was just brought to my attention, but I haven't read it, so we'll deal with it in the meeting. So there's a note. So is there a change to the agenda right now?
Yes, I've also wanted to suggest that we potentially combine K2 and O2 and E1 into one item. So we would deal with the Alder in one grouping of agenda items rather than three different agenda items spread out throughout the agenda. So that's K2, E1, and O2 are all in the same item.
Okay.
That was just a suggestion to modify the agenda to make that more efficient.
Okay, great, thanks. If you want to make, I'll go through the list. We'll just do that as a amendment. We'll amend it.
I'll make that amendment when you want to take it, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, you bet. Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Long.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Well, first, I think that item 02 is out of order, drawn from the agenda, and E1 or E2 is E1, E1. Yeah, it's. I'd like staff to explain whether that is the report that was requested. And because we have a motion already, Your Worship, that was made in December on the Alder Inn, so I don't understand how we can have two motions on the same issue, and now it's become even more complicated with the third motion that we haven't seen yet.
Okay, so we can have that discussion when it comes on, but I'm not going to rule it out of order at this point. But when it comes on, we can have that discussion.
How could you have a motion?
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you, but it is, once we have, it's not an amendment yet, so we're not speaking to it, but
So Councillor Arneson, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Worship.
Further to these agenda items, I actually wanted to have agenda items E1, 0.2 is amended, and K2 referred to the June 29th closed meeting under the Community Charter Provisions 91E regarding property matters.
I'll second that.
All right, hold on. I'm going to go through the list like I said I would. So we'll hold that thought. Councillor Richter?
Yes, I don't have any motion that's come through, a revised motion that Councillor Woodward was mentioning. So I'm just wondering if it is going to come to us. I certainly didn't get an email on it. And with regards to moving this item in camera, I don't understand how or why we would even do that, simply because it's already out in the public. Like, what are we trying to hide here by moving something in the camera?
Okay, well, we're not trying to hide anything. This is a discussion right now. So what we can do is Councillor Woodward has a motion. I believe the motion you're referring to, and Councillor Woodward, just help me clarify, I haven't seen the email yet, is to put K2, E1, and O2 together. Was that what you're?
Yes, we would address the item at the same time, Mr. Mayor.
So we can put those two together.
Three items.
If at the time, I mean, you can put that motion, council will decide. If at the time council wishes to defer them to the close when they come up on the agenda, then I think we'll deal with Councillor Arneson's request rather than doing it at the agenda stage. So if you want to move that the K2, E1, and O2 are handled at the same time, and also we just add because I forgot to add that D3 has been withdrawn, just for information. So
D3 has been withdrawn.
has it?
Oh, right. Yes, that delegation was withdrawn.
Okay. So that's been moved. And is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. And so discussion on lumping them together. And as I said, if there's a motion to defer them, that can be done at the time as it comes on the floor. So Councillor Long, your hand is still up. Did you wish to speak to the?
You're saying that, Your Worship, there was a motion made and seconded that it be deferred. There was also a motion.
No, I didn't accept that motion. Sorry. As I explained, we went through the list. I wanted to hear what everybody said. And I've decided that the way we'll handle this is if Council Woodward's motion to lump those three together in the agenda is approved, then when it comes up on the agenda at that time, it'd be appropriate to have a motion to defer or refer it to the closed meeting. And that's how we'll handle it. We're not going to do it at the agenda stage. We'll do it as it comes up on the floor.
Well, I object to it being even on the agenda. O2 doesn't.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Councillor Arneson, your hand is still up.
No, that's it. I'm happy with your decision.
Okay. On council. Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Davis.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. K2, I also thought, why is it in open?
Okay, so right now we're not discussing that.
To be explained to me. Okay, so can you hear me?
You're very quiet.
Oh, very quiet?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll yell at you more then. Okay, thanks.
That's good. Okay, so yeah, we'll discuss that at the time. So Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, okay. I was off. My system crashed for a second.
Okay.
They had to help me out here.
Yeah.
So I just want a clarification as to where we are right now.
Sure. We're just at the adoption of the agenda. There was an amendment on the floor to put K2, E1, and O2, to have them run together, one after the other. So as an amendment to the agenda. So that's what's on the floor right now. Okay. And Councillor Richter.
Yes, I seconded this motion, and I don't mind putting all those topics together because they probably all belong together, but I really want to have a copy of this revised motion before we get there. So can we have some assurances that we'll get that motion? Because
this is on the floor right now.
Maybe we should be deferring it.
What's on the floor right now, excuse me, what's on the floor right now is an amendment to the agenda to when we get to K, that we'll do K2, E1, and O2 at the same time. So when we hit E1, we will then deal with K2 and O2 at the same time. That's what the...
Okay, but my understanding is there is a replacement motion now for O2, and I haven't seen it.
Mr. Mayor, I sent it to Councillor Richter's wrong email address, so I'll resend that right now.
Okay, sure. Okay, fair enough. And when we get to it then.
Audio work.
Okay, I'm going to call Councillor Long. I was going to call a question on this.
Point of order, please.
Yeah.
Maybe or not.
You're breaking up, Councillor Long.
The other people have to mute.
Yeah.
I don't know, but anyway, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Well, are we all allowed to put notices of motion in about half an hour before a meeting starts? Because I think that's an issue too. So the motion that you're talking about is the one we actually have on the agenda.
That's right. And so we'll deal with it when we get there. And if the mover or the person who puts the notice of motion on, then they can make their changes at that time. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, Councillor Long is opposed. And any other opposed I missed?
Arneson opposed.
Councillor Arneson and Councillor Long are opposed. So that amendment carries. So now I'm going to call for the vote on the agenda items as amended. I'm going to call the question.
No, just a moment, please.
Oh, Councillor Long on the agenda.
Okay, I see a COVID-19 update.
I'm catching every other word. Maybe, yeah, I think others have to mute. Would help. Okay, start again.
Don't see any public update on COVID-19. We have received them at other meetings.
Yes,
is there?
I'm going to do a small one in my mayor's report. Yeah.
And then also, Your Worship, there are all these notices of motion under O. Yeah. Did we agree that these notices of motions would be dealt in a different way? Because this is extremely large addition to the agenda, is it not?
Yeah. However, they're on the agenda, and it's council's right to put notice of motions on. When they get to notice of motion, council has the ability to deal with them as they see fit. So, okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the agenda as amended? Any opposed?
Opposed.
Council Long opposed. It carries the Council Long opposed. Okay, move on to adoption of the minutes. B1 and B2 and B3. Could I have a motion to adopt those 3 minutes? Somebody? I'm not hearing. Councillor Whitmarsh puts his hand up.
Yep.
Councillor Coons seconds it.
I'll move.
Discussion. Councillor Long, your hand is still up. Is this on the minutes? Okay. Councillor Woodward on the minutes.
Yeah, on the minutes, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to be, there's a word opposed is missing under item E7.
Okay, thank you. The clerk will make a note of that. Thank you. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And the minutes carry. Thank you. There are no presentations. There are delegations. We have 4 delegations, with D3 has withdrawn. So D1 is Mr. Wayne Crossan from the Brookswood Furniture Community Association. So Ms. Bauer, thank you.
Jack, while we're waiting, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Is it better?
It's better now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Hello, Mr. Crossan.
Good afternoon,
Yeah.
Your Worship and members of council. I'm here to share with you the results of the Brookswood Furniture Community Association survey that was done during the month of July 2019. The survey was mailed to 4,300 householders in the areas defined by the Brookswood Furniture OCP, and an additional 196 forms were hand delivered. There were 3 drop-off locations within the OCP area. In addition, it was made available through social media to residents throughout the Brookswood Furniture area. Each name and address in the survey was verified to ensure that it was received from residents within the OCP area. There were 429 survey forms completed and returned to us, and of these, 375 of these forms were identified as coming from verifiable Brookswood residents and business owners. The Brookswood Furniture Community Association is grateful for the $1,000 grant given to us by council to carry out this survey. We believe that the information and contents from this survey is an accurate reflection of the opinions and views of the engaged residents of Brookswood Furniture area, and the resulting numbers, and more importantly, the thoughtful and passionate comments provided by respondents should be reviewed and considered by the planning department and council as valuable input into the neighborhood planning process. The following represents a summary only of the data of the survey. Council will have full access to the survey data and associated comments for their use. There are 39 pages roughly of comments that were received. The names of those who completed the surveys and their address will not be shared by Brookswood Furniture Community Association for reasons of personal confidentiality. So in terms of the summary report, 345 of the respondents were residents, 3 were business operators, and 27 were both residents and business owners or operators. 67% of the residents had lived in the Brookswood Fringe area for over 10 years. So on the major issues facing Brookswood that were identified is preserving neighborhood character, crime, residential development, tree protection, excessive traffic speed, transit, and parking. Many people commented on the need to protect the natural environment, including wildlife and the aquifer, through planned environmentally sensitive development. Others include controlling the size of houses being built by reducing allowable lot coverage, setbacks, and building heights as a means of preserving residential neighborhood character. 70% of the residents were satisfied with the current level of amenities and services available to residents of Brookswood Fringe area. They did comment that more parks, more bicycle trails and water parks, more recreational programs for adults and seniors especially, and pool were leading comments for amenity improvements for the future. The amenities additions most suggested were a recreational area with a center with a gym, fitness programs, yoga space, basketball and volleyball areas, and a library, an aquatic center, additional parks, connected walkways, playgrounds, including improved water park and more picnic tables. Many people mentioned infrastructure improvements in advance or concurrent with development to ensure residential safety, including completion of essential road improvements, sidewalk systems, bike lanes, and improved traffic controls, and insistence on provision of adequate on residential lot parking by developers. A lot of people mentioned the need for more commercial development, but only that development needed for the immediate community, not to draw other people into the community. They talked about a hardware store, maybe more retail commercial, a pub, farmer's market, produce and improved grocery store, coffee shops, more commercial retail, and a center square to be included in the community. There are a great many suggestions for additional Brookswood Fringe community activities, such as movies in the park, community picnic, community walk, bicycle activities, sports days, farmers and crafts markets, a festival highlighting trees, nature, and the Environmental Earth Day, and a country theme, strawberries and blueberry celebrations, and perhaps an arts festival. Brookswood Days was recognized by a number of people, others noting the Brookswood Days needed some improvements. 59% of respondents rated the Brookswood community as safe, and safety as between good and excellent. The most often mentioned means of improving public safety were the provision of sidewalks and streetlights, coupled with an increased police presence within the community. Homelessness, speed enforcement, traffic calming measures, bike lane improvements, and the need for a local community policing office were often repeated comments. 69% of those people who responded to the survey rated current transit services in Brookswood as fair to poor. An overwhelming majority of respondents, 74%, stated they supported a municipal-wide tree bylaw. Some suggested that a stricter form of tree accommodation or retention plan should be a fundamental requirement prior to developments receiving permission to proceed. 89% of those people who respond to the survey favor developing Brookswood, Rin, and Fringe areas in a staged, phased manner to minimize the disruption to existing residents and to the Brookswood Fringe community area, while ensuring needed infrastructure is in place in each neighborhood as development progresses. 54% of respondents believe that development of alternative forms of housing in their neighborhoods, such as co-housing developments, low-rise seniors housing, tiny home parks, and mobile home parks was an important to very important part should be an important part of the new development. 26% of respondents did not believe it was an important issue at all. An overwhelming majority of residents supported limits to the number and locations of electoral signs during election campaigns. Surprise, surprise. There were too many comments and too numerous comments to include with this in a summary document. You can look at these in Appendix E of the report. There are 12 pages of edited comments, or the appropriate column in the spreadsheet that's included in that. I've giving you another document, which is a whole spreadsheet minus names and addresses of the people for reasons of confidentiality that replied to our survey. And there's another document which is 39 pages long, which summarizes the report and also provides you with all the comments that were given in the survey for your use and consideration. Okay, that's, are there any questions for me?
I have a question.
Sure.
Well, don't we have an order? Where's our
hold
mayor?
on, hold on. I had to find the unmute button. So we do have an order. Councilor Richter.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Crossan, for this presentation. And I'm assuming that we're going to get hard copies or copies of the tallied results for us to look over in a bit more detail. I was particularly intrigued with your presentation in regards to tree protection. And I'm happy to say that on today's agenda, item E4, I think it is, E3, we are looking at setting up a community committee to review the protections that were put in place last year under the existing tree protection bylaw. So if you could put the word out to your membership that we will probably be advertising very shortly for community volunteers to sit on this committee, that would be super helpful. The other thing that I thought was interesting in your report was your reference to election signs. And actually that topic comes up pretty much every year in terms of the environmental aspects. So thank you for raising it again. And I think council should be pursuing a further discussion of that, hopefully this year, on whether we do need to amend our sign bylaw pertinent to election signs. So thank you for your presentation, much appreciated.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson. Oh, sorry, Councilor Long.
Hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so in your presentation, I didn't see the survey in your delegation application. So as Councilor Richter said, I look forward to receiving it so we can study it. Just curious as to on page 4 though that we got, and I don't know if we got it by mistake, but there's a geosource map. Now, perhaps I missed it in your presentation, but were you referring to this map in some way or other?
Bob Langstrom will be making another delegation presentation on behalf of us as well, and that map is pertinent to that. The original survey was provided to you. I hope you have it in your package, the questionnaire.
We don't have it yet. I'm getting a nod, so we will be obtaining it.
We got the questionnaire, but it was a blank questionnaire. We didn't get the tallied results.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get those all. It's in a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, and also there are 39 pages of comments.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So we'll look forward to some reading of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Thank you very much, Mr. Crossan, for coming, and really appreciate hearing, especially as we've worked towards being supportive of our community advisory groups and to find out what top of mind there is in all our different communities. So I'm interested actually in a couple of things, and I agree with Councillor Richter about the tree protection and making sure that we're doing an adequate job in our review, and also having a committee to sort of study those parameters and advance that. I'm interested in the aquifer in particular, and maybe it would help if I saw the question, but having to do with people's feelings about whether or not we were doing an adequate job with respect to protection of the aquifer, because I knew that that's a big issue in the township in Brookswood Fern Ridge.
Certainly the aquifer was mentioned by a number of people. Protecting the aquifer was a priority. A number of people who responded to the thing, and you'll find that in the comments that are being given to you in association with this presentation.
And thank you. And just one follow-up comment, and I'm not sure the way it's going to be organized, but for me, I think it would be really helpful if it could be collated in some way so that the top 3 things, for example, that township would have jurisdiction over could be put like number 1, 2, and 3 in terms of public interest as a percentage of those who responded to the survey. I just think it would be a good snapshot of what the survey says.
I think that you'll find the numbers that are associated with each of the items, each of the questions should give you that in terms of the priorities.
Self-evident, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Councilor Ferguson.
Yes,
Wayne, Mr. Crossan, yeah, thank you very much. I think we did get your survey in the mail, and I think some of those many items that you listed have certainly been something that Brookswood has been asking for a while. And I guess, as you know, will come through the community rezoning. There was one other thing, and I'm not sure, maybe I missed it, is the degrees of safety and security, the crime and things like that. Did that come up much? Because unfortunately, it seems to be peaking or a higher degree at this point in time. Can you comment on that, if I may?
Certainly, safety was a concern of a lot of people, and perhaps explainably so, because there are so many people over the age of 60 living in the Brookswood Fringe area at present. I think there was some concern with things like homelessness and petty crimes that was going on. There was a consideration that there was a lack of police presence in the Brookswood community, and the need for a local policing office within the community of Brookswood, which I think we're the only community in the township that doesn't have one at present.
Oh, yeah, and I just want to comment, yeah, that's indeed correct, and it is something that, it's a concern and an interest to myself and other council members. I think in the way of, organized sports and recreation and community center, and those are all huge items that have been asked for a while. That's certainly something. I know you did mention it in your presentation.
Yeah, I know one of the other comments on top public safety, there was a great concern that development was going to take place without concurrent development of infrastructure, and putting people at risk in terms of children trying to bike to school and traffic patterns, interruptions, and things like that. Just as an aside.
Thank you very much, Wayne.
Thank you. Okay.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crossan, for presenting to us today on this survey. Just for my interest, I'm wondering the questions that were developed on this survey, were they the questions are put together by the community association and determined that those are sort of the key questions to ask?
They were. A lot of them arose from community association meetings we had with the local policing authority and with speakers that we had on alternate forms of housing. And we gave a lot of leeway to people to actually write comments in the survey, which complicated it considerably. I mean, when you get 20 pages of comments coming in single spaced from people on various things, it makes it much harder to do an analysis of it. But I think it also gives people an opportunity to say what they feel is important.
Yeah, I was wondering with those open sort of questions, and what were and maybe we'll see that in the results, but I don't know if you could summarize what some of the primary topics were that came up in the open questions where they could give their own responses. Was it primarily around safety, or was it around development, or was it around recreation? What were the sort of the main?
You know what, I wouldn't even really want to try to guess that. You're going to get them all, and you can look at it yourselves and make your own determination of what you feel the emphasis was. I'm not sure we'd ever do this survey in the way we did it. It was the first time we've done a survey. It may in fact be the last, but this was our first attempt, and we just, rather than just put 1, 2, 3, 4 and let people pick, multiple guests, we decided to allow those comments, and it made a lot more work, but I think I'm a lot more valuable in many ways as well.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. And I hope that you continue to do surveys and find out what the community wants, but obviously that'll be shaped as you go along, which is the best way to ask questions. But I'm certainly looking forward to seeing all the information. Sounds like there's some good pieces of information there for us to digest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's no further questions. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. I'll turn the meeting over to Mr. Bob Langstrom.
Okay, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Langston, and I'm part of the Brookswood Fringe Community Association. In regards to the survey, we made some observations. Many respondents expressed a great concern about provision for infrastructure concurrent with development, especially given the current formula of using DCCs to fund these improvements. While it is recognized that the density of Brookswood Fringe when built out will be less than that of Willoughby, it does not negate the need to use a different approach to provide infrastructure improvements in our community. Developing a neighborhood incrementally by permitting the development of small landholdings does not facilitate, excuse me, good planning or efficient development, as evidenced by progress made in Willoughby over the past 20 plus years. We should learn from our experiences. Certainly encouraging land assembly or requiring the same within the new Brookswood Fringe neighborhood plan areas would facilitate funding for infrastructure projects and planning connectivity. In many communities, land assemblies are required prior to an area being developed. Why not in Langley? Unfortunately, developments currently underway in Brookswood Fringe show every sign of following the same failed model used elsewhere, including the need to actively consult and work constructively with neighboring municipalities. I think what I'd like to do is talk about my own experience about two subdivisions. You probably have a map in front of you there. It's 32nd Avenue between 200th and 196. So I'm assuming you have that. And what I'd like to talk to you about is my experience in talking to township staff about these two subdivisions. I guess this started in February. I'm driving late afternoon, probably around 5, 6 o'clock, driving west on 32nd Avenue. And I'm just past 196. And so that's Surrey. And I'm coming up to a pedestrian coming very close to me. He's got very little room to walk between where he's walking and the ditch and my side of the car. And I'm thinking, this isn't a very good situation. This is quite dangerous because if he veers out or I move, it's likely I could hit him. And I just passed these two new subdivisions that are being developed. And I thought, okay, well, what have we got planned for those areas? You know, what have we got planned for, roads, sidewalks, streetlights, those kinds of things. So I did some phone calls. I talked to the township staff. We identified those two subdivisions, and they are mostly built now. This was in February. So I started talking to them about, I guess one of my major concerns with access onto 32nd Avenue. The one to the north, it has access, and it also has access off 33A. There's a through road between them. The one to the south has no access off of 32nd Avenue other than on 196th. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, okay, I'm talking to the staff about this, as I said, and I said, well, what's planned for the intersection of 196 and 32nd Avenue? Are we going to end up having, some kind of light for pedestrians, that kind of thing? Because really, the one to the south there only has access in and out at this time from that, from 196, and 32nd Avenue at between 7 and 9 in the morning or 3:30 till 5 in the evening is extremely busy. So I was pretty concerned with that, and they said, no, we don't have any plans to upgrade that at this time. And I thought, well, that's kind of hard to take here, because we now have a subdivision at the south side, and we may well have children that got to cross to go to Newell Booth Park. There is no streets or no sidewalks east of this subdivision and towards 200th. There is a wider walkway.
Mr. Langston, Mr. Langston, your time is just about up, so I'm just going to ask you to wrap it up. Thank you.
So just south of that, or just east of that, there's very little infrastructure there for kids to walk along there. So I guess my concern with it is that when I looked at this, and we have very little, we have infrastructure, but not on a main arterial road. And when I looked at the whole thing, I thought, well, okay, what have we got on 208? What have we been through and listening to in the news, like in the paper, etc. And so, this is sort of, well, not sort of, is taking the same pattern. What's changed? Well, from my point of view,
Mr. Langston,
yes,
excuse me, your time is up. Your 5 minutes is up.
Oh,
if you could just wrap it up with your concluding request or statement. Thank you.
So to wrap up here, I think we have a choice of, are we going to do the same thing? Are we going to pass the costs on of that particular intersection to the taxpayers? Or are we going to figure out some kind of funding with the people that are building these subdivisions? So I think that's where I'll have to leave it at this point.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Richter. Councillor Richter?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Langston, for your presentation. So I just want to make sure I've understood exactly what you're asking for here. You would like to see a signalized intersection built in advance of development, or the majority of development, at 196th and 32nd, and you'd also like crosswalks. Now, where are these crosswalks not crosswalks, sidewalks? Where are these sidewalks needed? Is it all along 32nd and along 196th, or is it just 32nd?
That would be the ultimate goal, because you've got people that are going to be pedestrians that are going to use 196 to go up to 33A. You're also going to have pedestrians that are going to want to walk along 200s from the subdivision, or along 32nd from the subdivisions to 200th. So again, I think it's for a safety point of view, it's important.
Okay, and then so on the 196th Street section, you would want it run from, I'm looking at the diagram that was included in the delegation package, from 33A down to or beyond 32nd.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yes, Councillor Richter certainly clarified some, but I did also want to add, it was regarding when I talked to Mr. Crossan as well, in his delegation, I guess regarding safety and other measures. Have you in your submission or in some of your research with your survey you did talked about interim and options prior to full development? As a user, both a walker, a cyclist, and of course, a automobile in the area, that's always an issue that keeps coming up. And I just wonder if that was also something, interim measures prior to full development, if I may, through the chair.
I'm trying to understand your question. Are you asking that, did we ask on the survey for interim?
Yeah, anything interim, any other options prior to major development in the area. As you know, not very much is built yet, but as the time goes, I'm using an example of what we did at 196 and 24th, where we put up barriers because we didn't want to open up Surrey right away.
I'm not sure. As far as interim on the survey, I don't believe that question was asked.
Okay, fair enough. I thought I'd ask anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Get to take my hat too? Yeah. Get out of the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, thanks. Oh, I got the coat. Thanks.
And the next delegation is Ms. Nora Cachado. welcome here.
Thank you, Mayor, Frozen Council, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nora Cachado, and I live in Fort Langley. I'm here today to talk about the decision that was made in a private.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, I got a point of order.
Yeah. Yes.
My Zoom just crashed, and so prior to this delegation commencing, I could not declare a conflict of interest on this item.
Okay, sure.
So I need to declare again. I'm kind of done with Zoom anyway, but it crashed, so I couldn't do that prior to the initiation of the delegation.
Okay. No problem. We'll put you in the waiting room. Okay, thank you. So Ms. Cachado, you can begin again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Frozen Council, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nora Cachado, and I live in Fort Langley. I'm here today to talk about the decision that was made in a private closed meeting about the pool. I agree that there are too many decisions being made in private closed meetings. Why was the decision about the pool made like that? What about a public process? For the Aldergrove pool, there was a long process to consider different options. Why not for our pool, the only amenity for my age group? What was the assessment on the pool? From what I understand, there was a $35,000 budget set aside from 2019 to assess the pool and to see what it would take to fix it up and make it compliant to the pool standards today. Was the assessment done? If it wasn't, how could this decision be made without any numbers? If it was, why was the information not open to the public? How much has been put in the budget for the splash park? And there's really nothing for older kids to do in Fort Langley. Splash parks are great for little kids, but by the time they're 7 or 8, they'll lose interest because little kids turn into big kids. How many kids use the pool for swimming lessons, and how many kids use the pool for public swim? Me, my sister, and my friend would ride our bikes down to the pool almost every night after dinner. As you may know, we started a petition to save the pool. It now has over 3,000 signatures, and over 1,000 of those signatures are from Langley residents. I'm here today to ask the council to reconsider their decision that was made with no public consultation about the pool. We also want to see the pool open for this summer and are asking for an open public process to consider what the best options are for Fort Langley. We have submitted some supporting information for you to review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Councilor Richter. Councilor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Miss Nora. Thank you very much for coming out and doing a delegation. It's so nice to hear from young voices in our community. You mentioned that you and your friends like to use the public swim. Is that the main use that you and your age cohort friends would like to see, a facility there for public swim?
Well, I think it's important for younger kids too to learn how to swim and in their community. And so I think that if we had like an equal amount of public swim and then swimming lessons, I think that would be really good.
So you'd still like to see the swimming lessons there. What about, have you and your friends given some thought to other pool options, like maybe an above ground outdoor pool instead of an in-ground pool?
We haven't really talked much about that, but I think any pool would be like a pool, but like I think any pool would be good.
Okay. And the last question is, I know that council and staff are planning to hold a public house on this, an open house, to get input from the community. Would that be something that you and your friends would attend and put some input in for us to consider?
Probably.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for coming out today. It's lovely to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson. Oh, you're muted, Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cachado, Nora, for coming today. It's very informative. I think the process, you have to understand that council will either refer or something, your presentation at the end of the meeting to staff and for more information. We don't actually get answers actually at your delegation. But as a teacher in the past, what what age groups you think would be users of the pool versus users of a spray park? Have you got an idea? Because as a teacher, I know that many of the teenagers I worked with probably wouldn't go to a pool like the one at Fort Langley. They'd probably go to, well, I know for sure they'd go to Walnut Grove and the new Alder Grove pool, and sometimes to Blair. But I just wondered at the age group that you had thought about.
Well, I think, well, whenever I go to the pool, I don't usually see, like, I see kids my age, but I don't really see, like, teenagers. But I think if there was, like, maybe, like, a bigger pool, I think, or, like, yeah, I think if there was, like, maybe a bigger pool, because it's so busy there, which is, like, part of the reason that I wanted to keep the pool, because it's so busy and so many kids go. But I think if the pool is maybe bigger, there would be more older kids going.
And as you know, if I may, the challenges of building bigger pools is, you know, you have to have parking, safety regulations, and staffing concerns and the cost. So, I mean, all those things come into place. But I really, really appreciate you coming. You've been very formative, very, very professional. I think your teacher is going to give you a good mark for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Yes, thank you very much. Am I on, Jack? Sorry.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much, Nora, for coming. 55 years ago, I jumped off the side of the pool, and that was the first time that I learned how to swim underwater. And a reason I tell you that is because a water park doesn't teach you how to swim underwater. Accidents can happen, and if you can swim, fall in a ditch, fall in the pool, fall anywhere. So sometimes you really can't compare the two of them together. As Councillor Richter said, we are having a reference of a communication to have the public put input, and it'd be really good if you were there. And at some point, I'd like to see the petition, if that's available, if it's growing. Today's standards are extremely hard to fix. I know we've talked about this, and it's like in my house, I can fix up anything and I can haywire it the way I want, and that doesn't mean that the public, I can do that to a public pool that size. But I know I like the pool there, and not to set anybody up, but I really would like everybody's input, because it's important. And I thank you very much for coming out, because riding your bikes to Walnut Grove up 88th Hill, coming home's not so bad, but driving up that way or going to Alder Grove is not the same as going down the pool and just jumping in and climbing up the other deep end. Friday nights, they have hot dog nights, I think, or Saturday nights, I forget, when we used to go. Anyhow, thank you very much for coming, and keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Oh boy. Thank you, Worship, and thank you very much, Nora. I met you at the Fort Langley Community Farmers Market, and I was very impressed that you were there. And I sort of, I guess, coached you in a way to give the elevator speech about what you were interested in. You did an excellent job. So I want to follow up on some of the things that you're saying, because what I got from what you're saying is that a splash park is not as conducive or interesting to older teens. And I did note also there was, I think, a concern that trying to get to a different type of pool is a challenge. So just with respect to being in your community as opposed to having to go somewhere else. So I just wondered about your opinion about that, about people's ability to get a ride or otherwise access what might be available as a pool. I mean, I know where the pools are, but I don't know what challenges you might have to get to other places.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm not old enough to drive, so and my mom isn't always around. Like, she's around, I don't mean that, but sometimes she's busy or something, and I don't have any friends that can drive, so it's just easier if we have like amenities for kids my age and older that like can't drive and stuff to go and have fun with their friends.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Casciato, for your presentation today. I'm wondering, you made a comment a little in the discussion around the pool and not as many of the older teens being at the pool. And you mentioned that maybe a bigger pool would help that. Is there other things that came up either in when you were talking to people or when you're talking to your friends? Is there other things that would, besides the size of the pool, that would make the pool more interesting for teenagers to enjoy? Because that seems to be one of your concerns, is that there's nothing for teenagers to do. So how would we make that pool better besides size?
Well, a lot of people don't actually know where the pool is. So like, and when I was looking at some of like the comments and stuff on my petition, a lot of people didn't even know there was a pool in Fort Langley. So I think that's probably part of the reason why there's not a lot of older kids there, because they don't probably take interest into it. So
right.
That, yeah. And I think maybe they think there's going to be a lot of little kids there and that they just don't want to do that, I guess.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming out and making the presentation today.
Thank you.
There's no more questions, so thank you again for coming out and letting us know how you feel about the pool, and certainly appreciate it. Thank you. The next delegation is Mr. Tony Gill.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward, can I just confirm that you're back on the meeting?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome, Mr. Gill. Got 5 minutes, so you can begin anytime.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to thank Council and Your Worship for allowing us the opportunity to have the deferral. I know we came at this a little cold, behind, but some of you heard our voice, and I do appreciate you listening and giving us that opportunity to come back and work with Mr. Anderson through some of our concerns. As we did work through it with Mr. Anderson, we did uncover some items. We did get the additional information. I do appreciate Mr. Anderson diligently working at it as quickly as he could. There wasn't a significant amount of time, so he and I unfortunately did not get the opportunity to meet in person and to talk through a few things, which is unfortunate. But in any event, I did get some of the information that was very helpful. What I have put forward is something that I don't think actually hinders or delays what Council's vision is for that area and for the OCP and what the developer wants to do and how he or she wants to move forward. So I think that, you know, we're fine with them moving forward and continuing on with their development. However, there are a few items that I think are important to us. And as any landowner, if an amount of money is being imposed onto your land and you're going to end up paying it at some point and it's compounding interest, I think understanding what that value is and what it means is important. I don't think a number should just be tossed out and put on to a plate for us to look at. I know Mr. Anderson has a formula and he goes through it, but however, I think more due diligence needs to be put forward on that. I think I've got 3 items, and I think they're fairly simple, and I don't think they're unreasonable. And I was hoping that we could have had a conversation in camera, but that wasn't permitted. I tried because I think these are things that we could solve easily in camera and with Mr. Anderson at the table. So the first item I have is Mr. Anderson did provide some correspondence, which was great. I think if this could have happened 5 or 6 months ago, if we were just allowed to be at the table and we were part of the conversation, Mr. Anderson wouldn't have had to go through what he did and put all this stuff in emails. It would have been much easier for me to obtain the information in writing, and we would have been able to get a proper report from engineering. Right now, we don't have a report. We have emails with some confirmation. So what we're requesting is that we obtain from engineering a report that outlines some of the conditions and things that we discussed. I understand they're still subject to engineering reviews. They're still subject to a few things, but there is a tone and a direction that I think is very important because what we had initially could have landlocked our land, and what we concluded with was an alternate that would not cause our land to be landlocked in any form. So I think getting his information through a report and consolidated would be helpful. I think it will help us as we move forward through the process. I think the other item that I'm asking for is that a reconciliation of the final costs. I think there is a cost breakdown that was provided. They're extremely high. I know construction costs are increasing, but these costs were more than I anticipated to see. I think that the breakdown that he provided made it clear that there were some significant costs with respect to hauling and a few other items. Once the applicant on the development side moves forward, I think, and they have their final costs, that information should be shared. We should be able to see all that documentation. It's a huge sum of money that we're going to have to pay at some point. And regardless of what the value of something is for us, there is still something being imposed onto us, and we should be able to see that information, and it should be fairly transparent. So I'm asking that we are able to see those numbers upon the final numbers being submitted, because there is this outright that they can, chase an additional 10% on top of what they've put forward. So we just want to make sure we understand it. The last item I have put forward was the imposed interest rates. There is a clause in the condition where, it's an interest rate that must be agreed to by the township prior to commencing. And so I'd like to have further discussion about that. We weren't in any of those discussions with respect to those interest rates and the compounding interest rate. So I want to be able to see what that means, and have Mr. Anderson said he would meet with me and have that discussion. Unfortunately, he was unable to do it. Remember, we only had a little over 3 weeks to do all of this work. And as I said earlier, the 50% rule, which is the majority, kind of can move forward, and the minority like ourselves that own a piece of land kind of have to sit back and just ride the train as it moves forward. Well, that isn't the way our world is moving. You've seen things turn upside down. The minority need to have just as an equal voice as those majorities. So all we're asking is, we just want to be a participant. We want to be engaged, and we want to understand what this means to us. I don't think we're out of line with our asks here. They're pretty simple. They're straightforward. And so that's what I'm putting back to council as a motion to allow us the opportunity through a report from the engineering department to resolve these items. Again, I have not met any of you. I just got to come cold in front of you, and I really do thank you guys for council members stepping up and giving us the deferral. But I think there was one more step in the process that we should be involved in. Again, 4 or 5 months ago, this could have all been avoided easily if we were just engaged. So I think that's what I have to say.
Okay, there are a couple questions. I just want to make a couple comments. I do appreciate that you thanking us for deferring it to give you that opportunity to speak
Yeah.
to staff and get that further information. You know, council will be considering this later on in the evening, as you understand. But
yes,
I think the information that you're asking for, you know, will be brought to you as a landowner there in due course. But I can't see another deferral on this. It's, if we were to wait for, you know, the one person that held out and the majority wanted to, I don't think much would get done in this township. And to use the COVID as an excuse, I think it isn't really fair. We are following proper process and procedures, and we are doing everything we possibly can to assist you in understanding what's going on. But you know, just so you know, I appreciate that you've had this opportunity to speak with staff. But
so Your
difficult
Worship,
for me to support any further delays on this. But that's just my opinion. I just want to let you know that I do appreciate it.
So Your Worship, I'm not asking for a deferral,
Okay.
and I'm not using COVID as an excuse.
Okay.
I'm just asking for a report from engineering to come forward.
Okay, and I think it'll in due course.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Richter. You're muted, Councilor Richter. You're muted. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that I understand this. In the delegation's submission on page 3, it says our request. We are requesting council provide a motion to include the following conditions prior to enactment of the DWA bylaw. Is that being withdrawn or not, in the sense of we can't move forward until this has been done? Or is this something that we could refer to staff to follow up with while allowing the development to proceed?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because
yes. No, I think it's I think the developer could continue to proceed while we work through these items with engineering. And I think if everything is, look, they're going to get all the information anyways. It's just a matter of them being transparent and sharing it back to us, and then also documenting. So no, I'm not suggesting that. Yes, I know my letter does say that, but it was the only way I could put it forward. I didn't know how else to put it forward, Councilor Richter.
Okay, so in terms of item A, what you're really wanting to know is that there is an alternate route that would avoid landlocking your land. That's what you want to have assurances from staff, that whatever alternate route that was discussed by email is in fact a valid alternate route. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then in B, the final costs associated, be transparent. Well, you've been given a final cost that could be as much as 10% higher. So what's not transparent about those numbers?
That's only an estimated cost. That is not the actual final cost. The final cost doesn't get concluded until the pond is constructed and fully bid out.
Okay.
So
we can't give you an actual cost until it's done anyway.
That's correct. So I'm asking that be provided once they've concluded their final cost and they resubmit it back to the city.
So you want a cost reconciliation once the pond is built, okay?
Yes.
And then on item C, the interest rates, you want to know the interest rates and the compounding interest rates now. Is that correct?
So there is an interest rate already put onto it, and
yeah.
It's based on this the Bank of Canada rate plus 1.5%.
Yeah.
You know, we're not obtaining any benefit at the moment. We understand that there's a 15-year process where that eventually could disappear after 15 years. However, I've seen and I've been told there's this interest rate and this amount on a compounded basis that we could sit down with the city, or sorry, with the township. I'm sorry, Your Worship, with the township and the engineering department and have a discussion around it. Mr. Anderson has already suggested that he and I could have that discussion in an email, but we were unable to have the discussion.
Okay, but I'm not quite sure. You've been given an interest rate, the Bank of Canada rates plus 1.5%. What's to negotiate around that?
Well, we think that rate is, you know, I don't think that rate should be imposed onto us until we are actually in the process of doing something there. we're not obtaining any benefit. It still reduces the value of the land in some form. So even though your land value is X amount of dollars, this still comes off that bottom line with the compounding interest.
So I'm not quite following exactly what you're asking for here. I guess that's my concern with what's been presented. Like, you want our staff to give you an interest rate that's different than the one you've already been given. When do you want them to give that to you, now or when the costs are in? Or do you not want to have to pay it until 15 years down the road?
No, I'd like to have a discussion around the costs now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And thank you very much, Mr. Gill, for coming. I have to say that in speaking to you about this process, it rather illuminates many of the challenges I think that can happen from time to time. It's meant to be a holistic approach to address something that we do in the township as we develop, but I think on a case-by-case basis, sometimes there are issues that come out. So I just wanted to reiterate, if this is the basis of your coming today as a delegation, that the essence is that you've pointed out these issues of concern, but you're not holding the process up, because all you really want is for staff concurrently to formalize what's already been agreed to in emails. That was kind of my simplistic understanding.
That is correct. And just to further, I received probably 2 or 3 drawings out of a set of about 17 or 20 drawings. So that's somewhat irrelevant, but because I didn't see the whole package. However, I just want Mr. Anderson to put the report together and back to me exactly how you've reiterated.
Okay, well, thank you. In a way, and sometimes in hindsight, I think that there are certain details that we may have wished to address when it comes to one person had one understanding and some other party had a different one. I do think it's prudent to actually formalize it, because that way there can be no misunderstandings, or less misunderstandings, let's say, in the end result, once it crystallizes at some point in the future.
Right, and it recognizes the effort not only by Mr. Anderson and council for the deferral. It documents all this stuff. Why go through the deferral process and Mr. Anderson go through all this if we don't put it back in some form that reconciles our conversations? Right. I think it's important.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for coming. There's no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so now we're going to move on to reports to council and E1. Now, just to refresh and get that on track here, E1 and K2 and O2 are going to be running concurrently. E1 and K2 are only for receipt. They're not. There's no action items on there. There's no direction from council on those two, so they're for receipt only. I know there was some discussion on perhaps some of the points being a land issue go into close, but as they're already on the agenda and are publicly known, I think we certainly can have a motion to receive, but follow-up motions from that could follow. So I would ask for a motion. Well, Councillor Long, I see your hand up. And so,
yeah. Your Worship, this is very unusual that we change the agenda in such a way. So are we now that the notice of motion, which I objected to being even on the agenda, is now going to be moved up to the beginning of the meeting taking part?
Okay, that's I haven't got to the notice of motion yet, but it was approved in the agenda by the majority of council to deal with that at this time. So now I'm going to take it in order, and then when we get to the notice of motion,
this is something that's very difficult on Zoom to back when that agenda is done. There's Eric on the screen. I don't know why. Maybe you should mute them. But Eric, I'd rather you
think about this. So,
but
you were point. Yeah,
I would think we're going to combine these 3 items, which was decided by council. The question should have been, do they E1 and K2 go down now to O2, or does it the other one come up to here?
It's all coming up. So we're starting with K2, and I'm going to move to E1 and then O2. So we're going to go, and K2 is a report for receipt. I think everyone's had a good opportunity to read. So, no, sorry, E1. E1 is a report on options for receipt, and certainly I commend staff for providing us that information. But their staff are not recommending any action on that on E1. However, council still has the opportunity to take action.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Are you asking for a motion to receive E1 and K2? If you are, I'll make that motion.
Okay, well, we'll do one at a time. So E1 is moved for receipt, and there's seconder for receipt. Councillor Woodward seconds it.
And I have
so discussion on receipt. Councillor Long, if you wish.
Okay, there are no mention of demolition costs, and there's no calculation on development costs in the report. It's very sort of high level. Is that forthcoming? And that's part one, and I'll go slowly, Your Worship. That is specific report. The other is this the report that was requested by Councillor Richter, or is there more information yet to come? Because the report, as you say, doesn't seem to call for any action.
Thank you. I will ask Mr. Backen to assist in answering this question. So the report this report exists here because of a motion of council, and that it's more of a high level. But Mr. Backen, if you could elaborate.
That's correct, Your Worship. The report does reference the motion that council passed, and it's been referred to us. So that is intended to answer, I think, the lion's share of the issues as to use. As a precaution, we have attempted to do some preliminary analysis as to the state of the building itself. That is not yet finalized. It does show that it is, I would say, in some distress, and that's going to be fleshed out, I guess, just to make sure we have it to make sure that we can meet the needs of the current tenant, and council can use that as they go forward. The other element, I guess, then in terms of further analysis could be done if it's going to be helpful on the initiative. At this point, development costs, taxation, all those issues, we feel we simply need to have a bit more direction from council in terms of what that's to look like. We're hearing, as is evidenced by the comments so far, there are some that feel that it's simply a matter of determining what the future use is. If it's demolished, it's not necessary. If it's to continue, it is necessary. And there's some confusion, I think, in terms of what the direction has been so far, because there's some that feel that this was already intended to be a decision that's been made, and that may have precipitated the notice of motion that's here today.
Thank you. Just further on that, Mr. Backen, the analysis report, how far away is that from coming to council? Is it underway right now? I'm just wondering,
Thank you, Your Worship. The report is going to say when it's finalized, it's in draft, it says that it's got significant deterioration, significant deficiencies, significant needs, I guess I would say to that, to make, to ensure, I guess, continued habitation as to its present uses. What that means is it's dealing with the ground floor, not dealing with the floor upstairs. And it's suggesting that we may be able to get through until the current, use comes to an end, if we assume that's relatively short matter of months or something, and that's another point of discussion. It does not give us a good window yet, at least in terms of what the total remediation cost would be. And to be frank, I'm not sure we were going that far. We were looking more for interim repairs as opposed to total cost to remediate. As well, I guess reference has also been made then in terms of, demolition costs and what those would be. We do not have a firm estimate on demolition costs. We know from our experience historically that when we allow for approximately $75,000 for so many asbestos issues, and we know some of the pipes are wrapped, that would take us to a ballpark of about $250,000 for demolition, but that is a very preliminary ballpark at this point, and is just something that we have to be cautious on until we actually get more information.
So just to be clear, there is a report being prepared and it's on its way to council in the very near future. Is that what you're saying?
Your Worship, it was more a report for staff to actually understand the needs to go forward to maintain the needs of the current tenant. Yes, it can be circulated to council. It's not quite finished yet, but will be, I think, very soon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Well, Your Worship, don't I have the floor?
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
finish up your question.
Belabor this because it's going to be a council decision. I think everybody knows already where I stand on it. But I'm looking at the motion that's on E1, page 2, and it says that council directs staff subject to the existing tenancies being adequately resolved. And I know we haven't received K2 yet, and I know that it's been redacted. But I don't think that the tenancy there has been resolved, and there's certainly some issues and some potential for the tenant to make some. I don't think that motion.
So the status? Yeah, at this point is just for receipt. That's all we're doing is receiving. We're not doing any other direction. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm going to weigh in on a different level. To me, I understand. I guess I can say okay to receiving it. It is something that we asked for. But I'm just struck by the fact that everything else that has come out after the fact are things that we don't have in front of us. So, and that could be a subsequent consideration. But I find that all of these things are very integral to each other. So that's why I put E1, O2, and K2 together, because it's trying to describe a dog by saying that the leg doesn't, is not related to the tail. But actually, no, it's like a whole thing. I'm just using sort of a folklorish kind of way to describe the fact of how I think it is that we as a council would be better to discuss this rather as a whole than, take out different components of it and deal with them separately. So I understand this is a baseline of information, but I'm very much looking forward to hearing all sorts of other information that, unfortunately, from my perspective in hindsight, wasn't included in the original motion asking for this, because I think that motion could have done a lot more to enhance our knowledge base at this time, rather than leaving us a bit in the dark about all those components. So I will say yes to receipt, but regrettably needs more detail.
Thank you for that, and I totally agree. There may be aspects of because of property matter that is more appropriate and closed, but the report is on the agenda, and the motion now is just to receive it. To go into some details on tenancies and other sorts of things that may involve confidential information, I think council needs to be aware of, and certainly we should just keep our discussion to receipt, and if there's further discussion that goes into personal information or corporate information, the appropriate place is in a closed meeting, and then that can be brought out after. Councillor Davis.
So I've got to get one thing off my chest. I'm sorry. Delegation from Lance Kervoff. Was I not paying attention? Did we miss that delegation?
Oh, there's one that was drawn. So.
No, the one that dropped was
Brian Miller. Yeah, so no, everybody was there.
Another one here. Lance Burkhoff about the trading post.
No, there's no. That's
last meeting.
That's last meeting. No, so
that's last meeting.
So we're discussing this. Sorry, he was here.
May 25th. So okay, it came in my package. Okay, I'm done with that. Good. Okay, sorry.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, we'll carry on. Councillor Ferguson. On receipt. Oh, sorry.
A couple things. I just wanted to get that. Okay. This is getting kind of complicated. I don't know if it has to be complicated, but I too, when are we, at what point, Mayor Froese, are we going to say, hey, this lease buy option,
okay, so
when is that going to take place? Because it should go to special closed.
Yeah, that's right. So all we're doing now is dealing with receipt of this report. That's all. It's not discussion is on anything else. It's on whether we receive it. Everybody got a chance to read it, I hope. And that's all we're doing. Councillor Ferguson?
So yeah, I could see that frustration. I like the analogy of the poor tail on the poor dog. I think you can't say you don't like a receipt either. You're just simply that receipting it. I think there's a lot of confusion, and as I said before, there'll be probably more dialogue in special close. So I can't really oppose a receipt because you either agree with it or disagree, but just receipt. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, certainly. I certainly will receive this report, but I think for us to make decisions down the road and maybe even later in today's meeting, there's other information that's still needed. So certainly receive this. Lots of really great reading, and but not enough to move forward.
Thank you. Councilor Long. You're muted.
Thank you.
There, yeah.
Yeah, well, I appreciate hearing that. What is missing from the report that I make later, and it's not necessarily confidential, but staff have listed square foot ratios, the lot sizes, the amount of units that could be provided in each option. And I think what's really missing, and what is the scariest part, are those numbers. When you take the land cost of the site preparation and these proposed units, you'll end up with some kind of a number, a starting number, by which development can occur, and those numbers aren't provided. But I would assume they're extremely high, which is what makes it so it's so scary for me, because I don't think that that the numbers will in any way confirm a quick development of the property. But thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I thought this is a lot of comments about development not being able to occur. Can we just move on with receipt and get to the real debate, please? Thanks.
So, okay, thank you. See no further questions, so I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So was that an opposition, Councillor Ferguson? I just heard an aye at the end.
No, it's in favor. Sorry, it's a little
Thank
late.
You.
For favor of receipt.
Thank you. E1 has been received. Thank you unanimously. We'll move on to K2. I just want to get that up on my agenda here. And again, that's a motion for receipt. Let's go to K2. Might be a quicker way.
So you're just looking for a motion to receive, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, it's a piece of correspondence.
Yeah. Move receipt.
There we go. Yeah, and it's a piece of correspondence. So moved receipt. Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Whitmer. Discussion on receipt. I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That carries unanimously. Okay, so now we move on to O2, and let me get it down to O2 here. And Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, with your, rather than me, I could move the old one if Councillor Long wants to waste time, or I can just move the amended one rather than move the first version and just propose a bunch of amendments. I thought it'd be more efficient to just move these as amended, if you'll accept that.
That's fine, Council. If there's a seconder, then Council can decide if they want to defer for more time or whatever they want to do. It's fine.
I'll second it.
Second by Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that, Mr. Mayor, now that it's moved.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I want to thank Council for some of the members of the public for some of the conversations that occurred over the weekend. So in an attempt to address some of the, I think, some valid concerns that were brought forward, I expanded some of the specifics of the motion to address concerns. So I want to highlight, make sure all members of Council have the amended version in front of them. So I've added item B to provide a non-property tax revenue source option, of which there are two. And I received some assistance on the wording for the second part from Mr. Backen. So that is, I think that'll be clear what that's referring to. But potential funding sources, because I think it's important that we improve this property without relying on property taxes. I added number C because that is something I think that is very important, which will address the economics, which I think speaks for itself. We'll be happy to answer questions on that. And again, just a report to Council, not deciding to proceed with that, but just getting something in writing from the staff to review the implications of doing that and proceeding yes or no with that at that point. Item D, I think will speak to some of the questions we've heard that some accusations being thrown around actually that this is in fact a heritage building with no proof to substantiate that. I think either way, it'd be important to me to commemorate it and its earlier history, if not its later history, and in similar fashion to what we do for even actual heritage buildings, and provided some examples of that. We have heritage buildings that previous councils have voted to remove, and either for civic facilities or for private development, and we commemorate those. So even if we investigate this building and determine it has some marginal historical value, it would not necessarily mandate preservation, and I wanted to make that clear. And either way, I still value that input and want to see it commemorated in some way. The next point, item E, I added as well to give some comfort to Council that the idea here is to proceed, at least in my mind, with a report to Council outlining what a rezoning process would be in a non-controversial fashion, simply proceeding to rezone the site to its highest and best use as designated within the Aldergrove Core Plan, to eliminate a lot of the risk associated with looking at development of this site. So if this building, if the Council makes the decision that we're not going to invest millions of taxpayer property taxes in renovating this building for minimal return, and that we're going to proceed with economic revitalization in Aldergrove, and we're going to do that with a sense of urgency and leadership, that we would start that process to give council comfort that this is not some made up scenario where this is going to be sitting here for 10 years. I personally am not going to allow that to happen, where other members of council maybe want that to happen. I'm not going to allow that to happen. And I want to start the process to get a staff report on what that rezoning process would look like, because demolition and abatement and demolition and clearing of the site could in fact take many months. I've experienced that personally. This is a potentially lengthy process that would take time, and delays and delays and delays simply delay for months and months and months having a building there when we could be proceeding with positive interim uses for the benefit to downtown Aldergrove businesses and residents, which I think is responsible landowners should be doing and should be allowed to do if they so ask for that, to provide positive interim uses, given that development can take some time. But in this case, we have the ability to move this forward very quickly in a positive, proactive way as designated by the Aldergrove Core Plan. So, Mr. Mayor, I added those items to address those concerns, and I hope that council shares my sense of urgency in moving downtown Aldergrove forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Well, I guess everybody has an opinion of what's moving forward and what's moving backward and what's moving sideways. And I would like to understand, Your Worship, please, from staff, how item B can possibly be described as not using taxpayers' money when where do these funds come from if not from the taxpayers? So the whole this begins with a extremely strange statement coming from a councillor saying this is not going to cost taxpayers any money, whereas item B is taking money from our coffers, which is taxpayers' money. Yeah. Let me explain.
Yeah, it's true that all the money the township corporation township Langley has. Excuse me, I have the floor. It's true that all the money that corporation township Langley has is owned by the taxpayers and residents of the township of Langley. How it's derived is really irrelevant. It's all money that we're stewards of. So that certainly is one piece of it. But council has the ability to, this is appreciate the work that's been put into this. It's certainly, as a council, we sometimes take, and it's not that we're delaying it 10 years, we take a step back and wait and delay it to the next meeting or the meeting after that and have further discussion, get further information. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not delaying it for years. So, but certainly council has the ability to take this motion and either pass it, reject it, wait for a little bit more information. That's certainly the council's.
There are questions about the other report on what the land costs and the site preparation will all add up to in terms of what new build on the site. So when you're ready, I hope, Your Worship, we won't, because of this Zoom meeting, skip over the possibility of referring this, which most of council have said is a good idea.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll go through the list and then entertain any motions. Councillor Richter. Councillor Richter. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm here now. Okay, I have a couple of questions and a couple of suggestions around this. Just wanted to comment on Councillor Long's points that he made. I believe what Councillor Woodward is doing here is using existing monies, not new tax dollars. So it's existing dollars, and there is a difference. So I think what he's saying with this is we're not going to increase property taxes next year in order to pay for this. I had a question with regards to Part A, where it says for the uses of community gardens and parking. And I think the original motion that had been referred to staff was to address community gathering spaces like a plaza, parking, as well as community gardens. And if I'm not mistaken, the report that we just received said that community gardens may not be the best option there because it's a high profile corner and it could lead to perhaps some vandalism of those gardens. So I'm wondering if we can add the community gardens, community gathering spaces, and some parking in Part A as a friendly amendment. If not, I'll make it an amendment.
I would accept that as friendly, Mr. Mayor.
It's an amendment. If there's no opposition, then it can be by consensus, but we'll do it by. So I don't hear any opposition to adding that at this point.
Okay.
So we'll take it as amendment. Okay.
All right. And then I see in Part A as well, there's also some reference to the Aldergrove Community Association, the Aldergrove Business Association. I would like to see, as we move forward with the final version of this building, to consolidate many of the community aspects that are currently going on in different buildings in downtown Fort Langley, or downtown Walnut, or Aldergrove, sorry, I'll get it right eventually, downtown Aldergrove, into that central plaza. So what I would like to see in the final building is a new community policing office. I'd like to see community space for the heritage group and for the business association. Maybe even the cruise-in group could go over onto that corner. So I'm wondering if I could put an amendment forward with regards to the planning that would be done. And I think it falls into, I think it does fall into Part A, that we also expand then not just the Aldergrove Community Association, but Aldergrove Community Policing, the cruise-in, all those different groups would be consulted as well as to whether or not we should be, and I think we should be, centralizing those functions in that building eventually.
You know, I hear you, and I think those are positive comments. Right now, we're looking at the demolition of it, and I think when you start looking at the redevelopment of it, those are times that we start bringing in who's going to be there and how, if we do proceed that far to redevelop it.
Okay, so I could bring it up at that point then to add in the consolidation. Okay, I just wanted council to perhaps give some pre-thought to that then.
That's a good point. Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I certainly have, like most of us, we've gone and toured the facility. We've seen what it's like. And, when I toured through it, there's not too much of it that I can see that is redeeming. And so I certainly have, thoughts about the building and where we would head with it. The idea of demolition is, certainly on the agenda, and I'm certainly open to that idea of demolishing the building. My concern is that we just got a report from staff that just came. Most of us received it on Thursday on some potential options of what this could look like. The report does talk about whether the township would develop the property or whether we would sell the land. None of those conversations have happened yet. We haven't had any discussion around that. We haven't had really any discussion of what the land would look like if we were to demolish or not. And so for me, and actually the other element is the cost of it. And so while we do have in point B here some cost, and I appreciate that we're not going to increase property taxes in order to do this, this is still money that we have that we could use for lots of other things in our community. And so again, we haven't had that discussion of is this the best use of that money for what the time that we're in right now, the difficulty that we've faced over the last few months of some economic challenges. So, I'm not opposed to the idea of demolition. It just feels to me that it doesn't have to be decided today. This building's been there for, I don't know how many years total, 60 years, whatever that number is. And 1 or 2 more months is not going to dramatically affect what happens with it. It allows us to do our due diligence, allows us to have the conversations as to where we should go and really feel comfortable with our decision. So for me, I would prefer that we defer this until we have some more information. We have a number of meetings still coming before the summer even ends. We have a meeting that goes all the way to the end of July. So there's still 6 more weeks before we are finished for the summer break. I'd prefer to have more information and more time to discuss and before we move forward. So I'd rather defer this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that sometimes we get caught up with this area of COVID as well, with the fact that we were getting agenda items and amended items coming quickly before us. So I always look at this as being a kind of decision tree. So as folks are talking about, are we going to demolish a building, or what we're going to be doing, how much we pay for it, what are the next steps moving forward? to the point where we're already moving the crews in and made some ideas on what the uses will be for the future. I see those things as step by step, including people that are professionals, bringing us as a council together and coming up with some good ideas for the future. Because the last thing we want to do is make decisions now that hadn't been thought out well enough, especially during a meeting, just had a whole bunch of agenda amendments added to it. So, yeah, as other people have said, I'm not necessarily opposed to demolishing things, especially things that have been a challenge with the fire department and other future things. But also, at the same time, going over this decision tree that I go through and getting a bit more time and more information and making the right decision based on the right facts and the right process moving forward. So that's where I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I do appreciate everybody's feedback and also really for this initiation. If I can just in a nutshell say that currently I have no fixed position one way or another, whether or not the building should ultimately demolished or if it should be maintained or repurposed or reused in some way. So to me, at this point, it is a matter of fundamental information. So I think if I've gleaned anything today, it's that even now, on the date of discussion, we're getting more details, more information, correspondence, etc. And I just want to resonate with the fact, and I hope that council can understand that on balance, to me, the urgency of doing this has to be balanced by not this overarching concern that somehow we're going to leave the building derelict there for 10 years. I really don't foresee that this council would ever make that kind of determination. I think it would be contrary to everything that we've done to date to really bring Aldergrove into the present and make it a very vibrant community. The other concern I want to bring up, and I'm sure others have considered this as well, just the basic economic uncertainty of the times and without testing the waters to know whatever we may have thought about even 3 or 4 months ago may not necessarily be the landscape, the economic and development landscape that we're currently looking at. And I would feel more comfortable having more information in real time about what the costs are, what the interest is, request for proposals, expression of interest, all those kind of formal things that we characteristically bring into our discussions so that we know more concretely what we're talking about. Because I think that will really aid us in that process so we can be very systematic in making decisions. And without that information, I personally agree that this should be deferred until briefly we can get further staff information and analysis on the site. So that's the direction that I'm going.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I'll start off with, we bought this corner lot with the hotel on it because it was a strategic place, one of 4 corners right in the middle of Aldergrove. And I understand that. I went on a tour with the Heritage Committee, and it was a very interesting tour. Everybody, and it's been talked about, it's first growth cedar, you know, it's a well-built building in some aspects. But I keep going back to, it was bought in a strategic corner of Aldergrove for revitalization purposes. I don't necessarily want to stall this, but however, I got the notice of motion, the amended notice of motion at 1:14, and I was supposed to pay attention to Mayor Froese as he runs the meeting. And I'm not being cheeky, but I also got the report on Thursday and read a lot of scenarios and looked at a lot of high density and looked at that sort of stuff. And I know Councillor Richter just put in some things that I didn't even think about what we need to put in there also. We don't, I mean, even Mayor Froese, you just said, you know, if it gets if it gets a development permit, I think there was a slip of the tongue, if it gets one. And I know, I'm just saying that. So we don't want to slow it down. There's nothing wrong with letting it go for another 3 weeks. And I don't know, or the next meeting. I don't know if we need to go too much further, because we have to make a decision. We spent millions of dollars and we have to move ahead here. And so, you know, for me, I've just got a lot of information on Thursday and today, and it's good information. I got to digest it. So I would support next meeting or the meeting after that. And anyhow, those are my comments. I hope I haven't, you know, we've got new information, so that's why I don't want to stall this, because we can't let that corner sit empty. You know, we can't spend, what do you call it? Good money after, or bad money after good money. Anyhow, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thanks. I've been listening to everybody's comments, and I, for one, am, you know, not going to be advocating to save the building. I know that it has to come down. I've been through the building, and I mean, it is a strategic spot in Aldergrove, so I can see a lot of potential there. But I don't want to then also, just because I know that that's what I want to do, I want to allow for the community to at least let their voices be heard. And at some point, I mean, that building has been there for many, many years, and some people have an attachment to it. Other people can't stand it. So, you know, I just want to allow for that process to happen, so that then when, you know, if somebody's able to change my mind, then, you know, that we've given enough time. But the report came out on Thursday. We have a notice of motion on the table. So I just think it's very quick. But, you know, those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay, I know Councillor Long wanted to make a motion. I just want to ask staff, Mr. Backen, a couple of questions. First of all, generally, council, when we vote on a project, we have a funding, you know, we know what it costs. Mm-hmm. So staff would be able to come back with, at the request of council, with the costing for the demolition, a little bit more accurate than what we see today. I mean, you've given us some ballpark, but don't we generally have a bit of a report comes back and say this is what it's going to cost? So when council makes a decision, they know what they're voting on.
We can, Your Worship,
include that.
So two parts of that, Your Worship. Yes, we could. It will delay returning this matter to council to get that information. And we're not certain if the issue is, should the building be demolished or not, because once we have the direction, then we can begin to go down that path and get information or secure the building. So in short, to answer your question is, yes, we can get a formal estimate, but that will probably take a number of weeks.
Councillor Richter, you see your hand up for a second time. Councillor Richter.
Sorry.
That's
yeah, to the points that Councillor Kunst made, you know, there may be merit to getting additional public input. So I would support deferring this to the next meeting or the meeting after, as long as it's dealt with this summer, provided that we deal with it after there's been a public input opportunity on the demolition. So I guess my question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Backen is, can we have a public input opportunity on this set up for the next meeting?
Mr. Backen.
Your Worship, a couple parts to that. Just to remind council, the original motion that was subject of the deferral for the report that is now before you was that we actually have public consultation, but as to what should happen once the building has been demolished. And that led to some uncertainty. So as to the question then, as to could we then add some clauses to the deferral, one of which may be the looking for the cost estimate for demolition and looking for public consultation as to the, I guess, veracity of demolition. Yes, that could be done as well. They probably should be dealt with as amendments, but having said that, that would significantly slow us down depending upon the criteria associated with the public input. If we were to simply invite written comments, that's fairly easy. If we're to wait to a public gathering, that could take more time. So if it's a matter of weeks, public input being in written form is probably sufficient. If it's to actually have some sort of public gathering, that would likely push us to the fall, I would think, just looking at some of the constraints that we have.
No, I'm just thinking people can write us in letters, or they could come to a public input opportunity like they do for public hearings. If you want to show up to a public hearing, you can, or you can submit a letter. So I don't see why we'd need to push this off to the fall. This has been dragging out now for quite a while, and I think we just need to get on with it, but perhaps asking the public for additional input is a good idea. So my question, Mr. Backen, is if we did call for a public input opportunity, can we arrange it for the next meeting? Or will staff need a month to arrange it?
First part would be advertising. I think the advertising deadlines would be difficult to make for the next meeting. But more importantly, there's a very important point you raised that we should probably just take a moment on. And that is right now we are still under the provincial state of emergency, discouraging but still loosening the gathering requirements. And that's our great challenge going forward, because if there is to be a gathering, there should be social distancing taking place. So we're really trying to avoid having people come into the chambers or other places for that public input. And if there was to be a gathering, going by memory, and I'm not sure I'm up to speed on this, it'd be 50 people, at least 6 feet apart. It becomes very difficult. If we were to accept written submissions, that's much easier, as that's the process we're using for most of our situations. So it would really depend on council's will as to what format the public input should take, and that would dictate the time.
Okay, so like we just heard from 4 delegations today. I assume that all 4 of them were present at the Township Hall. We have a room that's set up where people can line up socially distanced outside that room and wait for a turn to go in and speak in that room to us. Is that not possible?
Your worship, that is possible, but that's with 4 people. And we're, again, just being cautious, we're not sure of the numbers that may attend. So if we were to have 25 people, you can then measure the radius that's necessary and the exposure to staff in that situation until the state of emergency ends. So yes, it could be done, or depending upon the size of the crowd, we may wish simply to allow a bit more time if the public input is critical to council's decision. If it is, that's fine. It's simply a matter of making sure we're trying to follow those protocols. If we had a large turnout of say 50 or 75 people, that'd be very problematic, because that's becoming a number beyond what the gathering at this point should allow. But again, that is changing very quickly. We're not sure when these things will be relaxed. So it's hard to pinpoint a timing, not knowing the criteria that will be imposed upon us.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if you're willing to entertain a motion, I'd be prepared to move a deferral of this to permit a public input opportunity, either written or in person, for the July 13th meeting. That's a month from now.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Davis seconds it. So on deferral till we hear from public input. So the July 13th, we still have 1 meeting after that. We could deal with this then. And I'm going to throw in some comments. I think there's some points in here that certainly we could deal with right away, but they're not time. Point C, D, and E I think are great. Point B I have some concerns with, just that I'd like to get further information from staff on the costing. Doesn't have to be 100%, but from staff it'd be good for council to hear. Also, the funding source. It's all money. Generally, when we do buildings and property, we use that property reserve, and so trying to keep the the buckets clear where the money should come from. Perhaps some more information on that from staff. And it sounds like a little bit of deferral time, not years, a few weeks, hopefully before the summer. It may be appropriate, but certainly we could defer the whole thing. I don't think it's time sensitive at this point, but I have no problem with that. So it's been moved and seconded. There's a speaker's hands up, so I'm going to go through them if they're on the deferral. Councillor Long.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just want to say this doesn't have to be as contentious as it is. It just seems to always get that way, doesn't it? But I mean, there's passion because some of these decisions are irreversible. So I'm just trying to put into context some of the attitude maybe that I've been displaying over the last while. But most certainly, and in all due respect to staff, and you've mentioned it a couple of times, Your Worship, I can't understand why we can't get some of these numbers front and center. The motion to demolish was made back in December. So, and that's long before COVID. We should be phoning up demolition. And by the way, we shouldn't be demolishing. We're going to have to unbuild it. We're local government. We're leaders. And we can't be taking a wrecking ball in and putting everything in a dumpster and taking it to the landfill. Your Worship, you are the chair of the Zero Waste Committee for Metro Vancouver. This cannot be endorsed. So we're going to have to find creative ways to take that building down if so be it decided by council. So I think we've got to get that information, if not just preliminary. And in all due respect, I think the 250,000 is way low, considering what has to be done. And then the site preparation for whatever is going to go there, which is undecided, more money. So it's an awful lot of money. So we should have those figures. The other thing is I take exception, or I'm concerned about that report that we received for information. Councillor Davis, I'm looking at you. You look real good there, but I'm supposed to be talking to the mayor.
Oh.
Maybe mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, just keep it to the motion.
So, Your Worship, and I think, I don't know, would Councillor Wood said it in one of his emails to me or in public at the meeting. I think he said it in both cases, that I'm trying to wait for 10 years. This 10-year thing has been pointed out to me by developers, that the market and the land cost and the site preparation and all of these things, COVID, everything added up together, means that we're looking at a long time frame. I would hope it would not be a long time frame, but staff should be able to come up with some information in that regard, talking to some professionals or some consultants. So if this deferral is for the 15th, that's only a month. I'm wondering if that's long enough, but I certainly would, and I'm sure you have expressed your interest as well, Your Worship, and others on council, that we should have some of these numbers in front of us so that we know what we're dealing with. Because I would love to be proven wrong, that there's people lined up at the door to develop that property, a strategic part of Aldergrove. Let's make something big and wonderful out of it. But my fear is that's just not likely to occur because of the unaffordableness of the project. So anyway, I hope that we can get some of that information as much as absolutely possible. Put staff on the phone. Let's get as much of that information as we can in front of us by this meeting that's being proposed to be deferred to. The other thing is the K2, which we accepted. We just passed that, Your Worship, but I mean, that should be also discussed at some point. I think we were going to put that into camera, or maybe something has to be explored there where the current tenant is very keen on doing something there. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. But there's plenty of factors involved with this decision, isn't there, Your Worship?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Woodward. Oh, sorry, Councillor Whitmarsh. I misread that. Councillor Whitmarsh, you're next on the list.
Yeah, I will be supporting this deferral. I don't want it to last for a long time, so it'd be nice to be able to make a decision sometime before the end of our summer time. So that's the end of July. I appreciate getting more public input. I'm happy myself if that input is written input. If we can't do the meetings, that we allow written opportunities for people to give that input. So far, we haven't really had a lot of formal surveys done that way. We have surveys done by various councillors on their Facebook pages, but not necessarily formal. So that would be helpful. And certainly knowing those costs. So if we can have that in a month from now to be able to help make that decision, then I would feel much more comfortable to make that decision.
Councillor Richter.
So I'm just wanting to clarify with Mr. Backen. So the intent would be that we would have of this motion is that my original intent would be that we would have the public input opportunity on July 13th and we'd vote on July 13th. But Mr. Backen, I'm hearing that you may need more than a month to get the rest of the data together that council has indicated that it wants, like a firmer estimate and demolition. I forget what else was wanted. So would it be better if we made sure that we were all on the same page, that we're going to hear from the public by the 13th of July, and we will vote on the matter, final vote, disposing it one way or the other on the 27th of July?
Mr. Bracken.
Your Worship, I think we need to just slow down, unfortunately, a little bit, because there's many different thoughts on the program right now. The first thought we have is deferring for public consultation. That would be as to demolition, not as to use of the space post demolition, which is a bit different, but certainly understandable. We would start with that. To that, we've had other thoughts, however, that have not yet been ratified by council. One is cost of demolition, fairly easy, but we've also heard cost of deconstruction, which I think was referenced to. That would likely be more than the number that was bandied about for demolition. Demolition is simply knock it down, haul it away. Deconstruction, maybe more, it may not be. It may add to the time frame because it depends upon who can salvage the material.
Well, there's only one councillor that mentioned deconstruction.
Yeah.
Right. No, I totally accept that. My point is, what we often do is leave with these comments out there, and we're getting into some confusion because comments are made, not ratified, but there is the perception those comments are to be acted upon. So we have demolition, we have construction, then we also have this issue of development, which can have many forms. We can evaluate the land based on our cost. We can then evaluate typical construction methods, but the value of the land usually is adjusted to reflect the construction cost to come to a market value. So in those situations, we often would look at some synergistic use of the lands, and it was referenced other uses, maybe something that we retain to drive some of the cost down on the land basis. So we have many good thoughts on the table at the moment. Your Worship, I'm suggesting what we do is we go through each of those thoughts, because otherwise I'm afraid there's going to be a perception left we're doing something. And we've already heard that the report delivered so far does not meet the perceptions, but it did technically, we think, meet the requirements of council in terms of what the motion was.
Yeah, because the deferral in December, and it wasn't even a deferral, it was a referral to get a staff report. So we got a staff report. Now we may want more information, but the December motion has, from my perspective, been disposed of because we did get a report. So now we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. I've moved a deferral on that motion to allow for a public input opportunity. The motion specifically addresses demolition. So that's what we're voting on here. And I guess my question is, if council wanted some additional data on the costs of demolition, is staff in a position to provide that to us by July 13th so we can actually act on this report that will be deferred until we've had the public input on July 13th?
And Your Worship, if it's a simple demolition, taking into account some hazardous material, that's likely possible. I think we can work that. If it's a more elaborate deconstruction, which has many merits to it, that certainly could take longer because there's both the cost element and then the time element that comes into play with that.
Okay, well, there is no motion for deconstruction. The motion is for demolition. And from my perspective, with the experience that we've had in Aldergrove to date, specifically with the Aldergrove Elementary School, once we got into looking at taking that building down, it had to come down because there was so many contaminated materials. We just don't know what we're going to find here. If there is stuff that is salvageable and can be used for a memento of some sort, like we did with the school, that's also captured in this motion that's on the table right now.
I think it is. Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple of questions here before I speak to the deferral for public input. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, would it be correct, Mr. Bracken, that if we were to schedule a public input opportunity for middle of July, and then the decision to demolish or retain and restore was deferred until the last meeting in the summer break, that public input could continue indefinitely if a decision was not made on the 13th? Is that correct?
That is correct. It's not an official public hearing, so we could continue to receive information, or people have input.
So we would hold a public input opportunity. People would come to the hall, and then they would present or submit written submissions potentially, and then people would start rebutting and continue to submit indefinitely until a decision can be made. Would that be correct?
Or as we could make a decision that night. It certainly is what we've done in the past. It's public input. It's on the table. We can make a decision.
Well, the reason I'm raising
it,
Mayor, maybe it can be clarified for me. What I'm hearing from the staff, however, is that it may be challenging to get all of that information that council seems to need to make a decision. So if we don't have that by that meeting on the 13th, then we're looking at a never-ending public input opportunity potentially.
That's up to council if they wish to defer it further.
It's not up to council when we get the information, Mr. Mayor.
It is up to council to make this decision.
It's up to staff to get the information. And what I heard from Mr. Backen was that information may not be available by the middle of July. Could I get Mr. Backen to respond to that?
Mr. Backen, I believe you said.
So no, thank you, Your Worship. I think the issue primarily is that of the timing, and by having it roughly 30 days out, that would allow us some base level advertising that could then invite written submissions, and I guess with the provision that there could be some in-person submissions, so that we'd have to give a bit of thought to what those would actually look like. But we could look at that in the context of what the provincial health orders are. As the second issue, then the real issue is then can we have the demolition costs at hand, because that's the other piece of the motion, within 30 days. And I think there is a good likelihood we could get that information, which would be primarily the hazardous component and demolition costs within that time period. Before the next meeting, probably not, but in that time period, likely could. We could report back if not, because there is the subsequent meeting. As to the timing of public consultation, as the mayor referenced, there is no statutory prohibition. So if this matter was to continue to the end of the month, the council could still receive communications from the public as to their public's position on that, whether we have met all the criteria for a decision or not. So that's something that is available because this is not a public hearing type format.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, Mr. Beckett. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would like to also see if it's possible to potentially move division on deferral, because items C and E were simply requesting more information to help council assist in what the future might look like. Those could run concurrent with this never-ending public input opportunity. Would that be possible to move division?
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to move that the deferral apply to A, B, and D, and C and D be voted on today, potentially.
Okay, is there a seconder to that? Is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
That's so fast. Can I please?
Councillor Long, I'll speak to it. I just first have to get a mover and a seconder. So I've got a seconder.
I seconded
it. Councillor Long, please. Let me dismiss.
Well, what are you
on the floor? There's Councillor Long. I have the floor. The motion's on the floor to separate and so just sorry with all this going on. So just to be clear, Councillor Woodward, you want to take C and
E. We don't need public input on reports that don't exist. So I would prefer to see those run concurrent, because we may not have those until the last meeting in July, and those could run concurrent with this public input.
So you want to have those removed from you're amending to remove those?
Yeah, move division, that we don't defer those, that we actually
we vote on separately.
We vote on them to either not have them or get them going.
Okay, so that would be up to council to do. So so I see Councillor Davis's hand is up. It's been up for a while. Councillor Davis?
Can we hear the motion, please?
We're moving too fast here for me.
Yeah.
No, it's not too fast. I'm speaking very slowly, and I'm happy to repeat.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Okay. Now, are you talking about, Councillor Woodwards, are you talking about the...
Direct your question to the mayor. Yeah.
Or maybe through the chair. Is it the amendment that you're talking about, C?
So the motion, the amending motion, Councillor Davis, is to remove C and D from the deferral. That's all it is. So we would then vote on C and D to go ahead for report right now. It could be defeated, this amendment, and then it would just go back.
But it's
up to council.
It's Councillor Woodward's amended motion that we received at 1:14 today.
Yeah, so the motion is on the floor. Is the notice of motion that you received at 1:14?
I actually emailed it at 12:30, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
so that's fine. The motion that's on the floor is the motion that you received at 12:30, between 12:30 and 1:14. There's a deferral motion in place right now to defer it to get some public input. There's an amendment to the deferral to take C and E out of the deferral, which would then mean we would deal with it separately. So if that amendment passes, then we're going to deal with the deferral of A, B, and D, and then we'll deal with C and E separately. So right now the amendment is to remove C and E and have, I guess the amendment would be to remove those and have those approved. Is that correct, Ms. Bauer? Maybe help me in the words. So to remove them and then direct staff to prepare those reports.
Yeah, so the amendment would be, or the division at this point would be that A, B, and D be deferred. And then it is still a deferral motion. So we would have a separate motion on C and D to either defer it as it is now or defeat it, in which case those would occur. Or no.
If the amendment is to remove them from the deferral, then we vote on the deferral. And the amendment could also be remove and direct staff.
Yes, the amendment could be to remove.
I believe that's what Councilor Woodward's intention was.
Yeah,
correct, Your Worship, but that's different than what was the suggestion. I'm just making sure we get this clarity. Right now, it was to do division. Councilor Woodward may have meant to amend the deferral motion as you're suggesting, but we're in that Neverland right now.
I thought what I seconded, just as a point of order, point of clarification here, I thought I had seconded a motion to divide. So A and B would be deferred and C, D, and E would be dealt with today.
Separately. Okay, fair enough. I think that's correct.
Jack, but C, D, and E.
Yeah. So with that, thank you for that. That will clarify it. So we'll motion right now is to divide, separate it out, and then we deal on the deferral and we deal on C and E.
No, C, D, and E. I thought it was C, D, and E. Could Councilor
C and E, I believe.
Woodward?
I originally moved C and E. D could be deferred.
Yeah.
D could be, okay, that's fine then.
So let's vote on the division.
Okay, Jack, can I just...
Councilor Davis, you have the floor.
Okay, I still have the floor, sorry. Yeah. And now, all I've got is a notice regarding notice of motion from 136 with Bob and Eric bantering back and forth. I've lost the motion.
No, well, the motion, so you don't have it in front of you. There's a notice of motion that was emailed to you.
I don't know where it's gone now.
Okay.
Your Worship,
this is getting, I don't want to not vote against something that I don't understand it. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
I'm lost.
Then what you can do is vote against the division and defer the whole thing, so it gives you time to look at it. That would be an option.
But we kind of want to do it in the...
Yeah, I have to do it. It's on the floor. Councilor Long?
I know the last thing we want to do is have... The one time we had a development permit and I didn't understand it, and we got all the information. We went till midnight, and then I voted, and then all of a sudden you say, well, we got to vote on it. And I just about freaked out. I needed more time. And actually, that was the Barry Coulter building.
We have a motion on the floor. Councilor Long, and then we need to vote on division. This is just division we're talking about. Councilor Long?
So my suggestion was not to do division, but rather to defer the motion, but direct staff to go ahead with C and E, which is, I think, what Mr. Bakken.
But according to Ms. Bauer, the way we'll do it process-wise is the division first, then deal with each one.
We're voting on is simply to remove C.
Simply division. That's right.
So then there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, but we'll C and E
separately. That's right.
All right. For that, I'm okay.
We're removing C and E. We're dividing, and then there'll be a motion possibly to have C and E go ahead and to defer A, B, and D.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Yes. C and E are already moved. When we're dividing, we're just voting.
We're dividing. That's right.
We're just voting on C and E right now.
Division. We're voting on division right now. That's
I know, but after the division occurs, if it goes through, then we have a vote on C and E.
That's right. So right now I'm going to call the question on division. That's all. Then we'll deal with them separately. Okay. All those in favor of division?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Davis opposed, and Councilor Arneson opposed. That's what I heard. Okay. So now let's deal with A, B, and D. This is the deferral for public input. Let's vote on that.
And the deferral is to July 13th, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to call the question. All those in our council. Okay, Councilor Long, your hand is up. Did you wish to speak to this deferral? And then Councilor Woodward.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify. I obviously don't support a deferral. For public input, because I think I was a bit distressed over the weekend to see a member of council labeling this building as a heritage building for the public. So all we're doing essentially now is giving a member of this council the opportunity to tell the public.
This is a council decision.
It's a heritage
Councilor Woodward. is a council decision, not an individual council.
So I'll
Excuse
forward a
me.
deferral for that purpose. Thank
Okay.
you.
That's fine, but this is a council decision. and
History.
What? Yeah. So let's call the question on deferring A, B, and D. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor Woodward. Anybody else opposed? That motion carries. So now we're on to C and D. So C and D now are, now the motion would be to defer
They're moved.
C and D, but we would
C
need
and
to
E,
have-
I thought it was.
C and E, sorry, C and E. So the motion is still to defer. We just separated the deferral, but if council wishes to amend that to obtain a report, then that would be an amendment to the deferral. Council
I'd like to
Woodward?
remove the deferral component to just have staff provide this information to council as soon as practical.
Okay, so that's the motion. Yes.
I'll second that.
Second by Councilor Whitmarsh. A discussion on that. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Favor.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, so now we move on. Let me get back to my agenda. So that was E1. We move on to E2. And this is a renewal of existing licenses enforcement policy. This is direction for council to endorse the policy.
Your
Can I
worship.
have a motion, please?
Sorry,
Mr.
Your
Backen?
Worship, but we have to just back up a bit because we heard different things over here.
Okay.
We heard that there was an amendment to delete the deferral.
Yeah.
So that passed, but then we still haven't voted on that portion of the motion.
Oh, have we missed that
the
vote?
C and
Okay,
E.
I'm missing one vote. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm missing one vote. So C and E now need a vote because the deferral part has been moved. So does that need a motion? That's already
moved and seconded.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Anybody opposed? No, it carries unanimously. We muddled through that one. All right, so let's rock it to E2. Maybe it might be simpler. Can I have a motion, please? On E2. Councilor Davis moves. Seconder?
Second.
That was Councilor Arneson. Second. Discussion. Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously.
I'm opposed.
Oh,
Mr.
you're opposed? Okay, thank you. If you're opposed, you have to say it. Thank you. So Councilor Woodward opposed, the motion carries. Move on to E3, this is Tree Protection Advisory Committee.
Mr.
and
Mayor,
committee-
on
Yes.
point of order on that last one, this is the one about delegating more authority to staff.
That's the policy.
That's the one I'm
that's voted
opposed to
on.
that.
You're opposed. Okay, we'll record you as opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now E3, Ms. Bauer, it's the Tree Protection Advisory Committee and Community Forest Management Strategy. Are those two, should they be divided? Is that two separate ones or can we run it all together? I'll be up to council.
It could be done either, but they are two separate ideas. It might be easier to do them as two motions.
Okay.
I'll move them together, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Richter moves them together.
I'll
Is there a
second that.
seconder by Councilor Whitmarsh? Discussion. I got Councilor Richter on.
Yes. I would like to amend the terms of reference to include that 2/3 of the committee members be Township of Langley residents.
Okay, so there's 9, is it 9 total on the, just refresh my memory, Mr. Back, is it 9 plus council? So it means 6, 2/3 instead of 4.5. Okay. I don't know how we do 4.5. Okay, is there a seconder? Did I get a seconder to that? Councilor Woodward seconds it. So on.
Mr. Mayor, could I be helpful? Maybe say a minimum of 2/3.
Well, yeah, okay. I think
Because
it's at least 2/3 or minimum 2/3. I think that's-
I'm fine with that as a.
I don't want to preclude that we don't fill the committee with township residents. So a minimum of 2/3. That's
Okay, I think there's no opposition to that. So we'll put that word in there. Councilor Richter, did you wish to say anything more?
No, just that
this amendment? Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that we've got a minimum of 2/3 as township residents.
So on the amendment, Councilor Arneson?
Oh, thank you, Worship. I wanted to, I support the amendment. I just had my hand up because I wanted to put in additional language as
Okay,
a
so-
subsequent amendment.
Why don't we, okay, we'll deal with this one first. Councilor Long on the amendment?
Well, I just want to be clear that the property, but you're talking about having to own it and live there. Is that what this is?
It says residents, so I would assume that they'd have to be residing.
Well, I think when we have these, Your Worship, it'd be helpful to know what we're talking about?
I'll ask Ms. Bauer.
What section are we?
They're conferring. Yeah.
Opposition.
Public engagement?
Okay, Ms. Bauer. So Council Long was asking, does this assume, or I forget who's asking, resident and property owner? Or just resident? I think the motion says resident.
I believe it was moved as just resident.
Just resident. So
Yes.
Unless there's a change to that, then it
Can
would
I-
be just resident.
Can you please point me to exactly where in the policy we're working on this? It's quite a few long document.
Page 4.
Page 4.
Bottom composition 3.0.
For residents and business owners.
It should say residents or business owners.
Yeah. Any
Residents.
nod from staff. Yeah.
That's the first, we're changing or.
So by unanimous consent, we'll have that amendment to change that word. Or.
Yes.
Okay.
Or-
And
Here on the wording that's being proposed, I heard that the concept is that there would be residents. So how would that be? Can I have the exact wording? Please, thank you.
yes, I'll ask Ms. Bauer.
At this time, Councillor Richter's motion said residents.
Yeah, what my intent was that it be residents or business owners in the township of Langley with a minimum of 2/3 of the members being residents. So we're adding in a phrase there.
Doesn't make any sense. It already says that it have to be residents.
No.
Well, or business owners, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so
Well-
that's clear. Is that clear to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Arneson, did you have something to say on the
No.
amendment? Okay.
No.
I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Long opposed. It carries. Now
Doesn't
we're
make
back to
sense.
the main motion as amended. Councillor Arneson, you wish to?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'd just like to refer council to paragraph 7 at page 12, and it's got a list of identified staff departments that should be participating in this. And I just want council to consider, I think that we have a very sophisticated and knowledgeable climate action specialized group, and I think they should be included as part of the consideration to be participants in this. Just
I will second that.
If you don't mind, I'll just finish my thought. Thank you, Councillor Richter.
Please speak to it.
We are in the process of developing a climate mitigation plan, and forest and urban canopy and rural canopy and everything that's involved in that, I think, is really something that our group has worked very hard on and would have a lot of really relevant information. So I don't want to leave them out of the discussion, because I believe that our process and the framework will be better for their input. So that's why I wanted to bring this forward.
Thank you all. Now, see no further speakers. Let's call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carries unanimously. So now we're back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Arneson, did you wish to speak the main motion as amended? Your hand is still up.
No.
Okay. Councillor Richter?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. See no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Worship, hold it.
Okay.
Pushing the.
Yeah, it just came up. Councillor Long.
Are we appointing the council members? I'd like to nominate.
No, that's for another meeting. This is just terms of reference. Okay.
Get ready.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Move to E4.
I got a point of order here, Mr. Mayor. Not really a point of order, just want to get your attention.
Yes, I
I
understand.
obviously have a conflict of interest to declare on item E4, so
Okay.
I would like to read that this time. Thanks.
Okay.
Put me in the waiting room.
We'll put you in the waiting room. There you are. Okay, E4, Heritage Alteration Permit Application number 101184. It's Township of Langley. This is to do with the lands around the new museum site. Can I have a motion, please? Lots of hands up. I don't hear anything.
I'll move it.
Councillor Long, second by Councillor Davis.
Ferguson?
Okay, I got Long and Davis. Okay, so discussion. I've got Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment that this heritage alteration permit include a public information or public input opportunity.
Okay, is there a seconder? Mr. Backen.
Your Worship, just a commentary because we had a chance to look this up just before the meeting. This is a heritage alteration permit, so that means by its very nature, the public would have input, but it would be written at this point. So we're looking for written contributions. So the amendment may be to do something else. The previous discussion, it was unclear as to whether or not it provided for that provision, but it does. Now, Ms. Bauer, what would the public consultation traditionally look like in these things in the COVID environment? Simply written?
Yes, so so Councilor Richter, there already is provision to have public input, however, written public input, which I think under today's circumstances, most people understand. So,
But if somebody wanted to show up at Township Hall and speak, they could, couldn't they?
Anyone can put forward a delegation request on an item that's on the agenda.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Long?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. We touched on this earlier, and I'm surprised that more on council don't support on building. I mean, we have a sustainability charter. You remember the Zero Waste Committee of Metro. I've been on the Zero Waste for many, many years. I think we have to look at different ways of demolishing buildings. And you can still use the term demolishing, but I would hope that we're going to try and find ways that we can get things out of the landfill. So I don't hold the report up, defer or anything, but I'm troubled when I hear staff saying that they would prefer just to bring a wrecking ball in, put everything in the bin and take it down the landfill. So I would hope that we would look into that more. My understanding with the unbuilding guys is the cost is not necessarily that much higher, and it is more complicated, but it's not impossible to unbuild buildings. So I don't want to muck it up with an amendment, but perhaps I could have staff comment. Your Worship.
Yeah, I think so. And we do have a sustainability charter, and our staff do follow the sustainability charter. And I do believe that they do sustainably demolish, if we use the word demolish. But Mr. Seffi has his hand up, and I'll ask Mr. Seffi to comment on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in response to the comments raised by Councillor Long, I can reassure Council, even though it may not be, I guess, prominently discussed in the Council report, I can draw Council's attention to page 6, where in fact staff does make reference to deconstruction and appropriate reuse or recycling of the materials where possible, and keeping in mind the fact that there is typically a premium of approximately 10 to 15% on deconstruction rather than straightforward traditional demolition. Having said that, this is something that staff will take a look at as committed to in the staff report.
Thanks, Your Worship, and it is the right thing to do. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I just want to echo Councillor Richter's comments. I'm glad that this process is taking into consideration an opportunity for the public to weigh in about this. My feeling about reading the report is that there has been a bit of a time lag in between these different elements. And so perhaps it's good to reinvigorate some of the community discussion, just so, people don't feel a little bit left behind in the process. I did have a different question having to do with a number of the references to archaeological artifacts potentially on the site. So I'm just wondering if it would be possible for council to receive further details about what our specific protocol is for that.
Yes, we can do that. Mr.
Thank you.
Back is nodding his head. Okay, I don't see any further discussion, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll wait for Councillor Woodward to join us.
An opportunity for the public.
He's back. Okay, so now we move on to bylaws for first and second reading. F1 is rezoning application number 100569, development permit application 101081, and development variance permit applications number 100123 and bylaw 5598. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved, Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Davis. See no discussion. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Richter opposed. Okay, the motion carries. We move on to F2. Rezoning application number 100551 and development permit application number 101044. Here, Builders Group, bylaw 5600. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved, Ferguson.
Ferguson moves. Councillor Coons seconds. Discussion. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I note that there are 135 significant trees on this property and none will be retained. Also, I think the school numbers seem a little low on page 77, so I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Davis opposed. Okay. Then the motion carries. Thank you. Move on to F3. This is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100188 and development permit application number 100962. This is Willoughby Holdings Incorporated, bylaw 5616 and 5617. Can I have a motion, please?
Move it.
Move.
Councillor Long moves. Councillor Whitmar seconds. Discussion. Councillor Richter.
Yes, apparently there are 77 significant trees on this property and none will be retained. Also, the density is being increased from 15 units per acre to 16.8, so I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. I see no further discussion, so I'll now call a question on F3. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Woodward, Councillor Davis, Councillor Richter opposed. The motion carries. Now we have F4, rezoning application number 100554 and development permit application number 101050. Flat architecture, bylaw 5608. Could I have a motion, please?
Moved.
Councillor Whitmarsh and seconder. Councillor Long, discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. F5 is rezoning application number 100565 and development permit application number 101073. Flat architecture, bylaw 5517. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Kuntz, seconder. Ferguson. As Councillor Richter, discussion.
Yeah, I note in this one as well, there are 84 significant trees, none will be retained. Also, the 132 condo units appear to be higher than the 40 to 60 UPA. So that means there's an increased density. I also query whether there will only be 6 school children coming out of this development. So I am opposed.
Thank you. So I'd just like to clarify that if Mr. Seffi is there. Mr. Seffi, if there is an increase in density, would that require an OCP amendment? And I don't see an OCP amendment or I don't know if it's an alteration permit, development alteration permit. Maybe you can clarify.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The neighborhood plan for the area, which is Central Golden State's neighborhood plan, provides for a density range of between 40 to 60 UPA, and the proposal is for 60 UPA, which does meet the provisions of the plan.
Thank you for the clarification. So no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Richter opposed.
Councillor Arneson too, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Davis opposed. The motion carries. Okay. Move on to F6. Rezoning application number 100586, bylaw 5613. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh is moving it and Councillor Long seconds it. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Arneson opposed. Motion carries. F7. Rezoning application number 100540 and development permit application number 101019. Matthew Chang Architect Incorporated, bylaw 5604. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved, Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson moves it. Seconder. Have a second. Councillor Kunst. Discussion. Councillor Woodward.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to lower my hand. Now, there we go. I just had a couple of questions through to staff on this one. I wanted to get some information or some clarity on the angled parking off of 70th Avenue. I was under the impression that we didn't allow angled parking on city streets. Can I get some clarification on that?
Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. The angled parking is not actually prohibited. It is just that it doesn't work out, or it's not safe in most conditions. In this case, in particular, because of the fact that the units that front the proposed angled parking are intended as live-work units, and because of the fact that there is no access to those units, at least vehicular access, from 70th Avenue, the angled parking is proposed to address the needs of, I guess, to ensure the viability of the live-work units for the businesses to be able to thrive. And the angled parking is intended to, I guess, address the needs of both the south side as well as the north side, which is similarly designated in the plan.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, and I don't want to belabor this too much because I'm just trying to get it, because I've heard from other proponents that they weren't allowed to do angled parking in certain situations. So I want to confirm that this is, we typically don't allow it because it's unsafe, but here it is safe?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
The volume of traffic, volume of vehicles and traffic on the road does not cause any issues.
Okay, I just want to clarify, I actually would like to see more angled parking to increase quantity of parking supply in our community. So I'm happy to see this. I may follow up separately to determine what the line is between it being acceptable and unacceptable. I had another question about, is there any requirement to provide a minimum quality of live-work usefulness? So I wanted to draw the council's attention to the significantly small size of the live-work component of the tandem units, where it looks a little bit bigger than maybe a closet. And I wanted to confirm if there's, within the live-work component, do we not have some onus to provide live-work that's functional a little bit more than a foyer? So I wonder if the staff can speak to that, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are requirements in the plan, Your Worship, in terms of square footage. I'm looking at the report to see what we have for live work, but certainly that's something that has been discussed with the proponents in terms of the market demand and marketability of the units. And as long as it meets the requirements of the plan, there's no other objections that staff can raise.
Okay, so I'll just highlight that for council's consideration if I choose to make a referral here in a moment. Just to highlight again on page, again for council's information, F7, page 9, shows pretty clearly building 1, 2, and 3, where the tandem units, which I'll get to in a moment, are creating relatively low, small size live work units that I can't imagine what version of live work those are going to function as. So again, why require live work that really doesn't seem to be much more than a closet? I also wanted to ask Mr. Seb, I want to confirm that the tandem parking on this, that I got the number right, is right at the new threshold of 40%, that we're around 38% tandem parking for this development. Would that be accurate?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't confirm the exact number, but I can guarantee that it's less than 40%. And it meets the zoning bylaw requirements as established by council.
I just wanted to make sure, because of course I can throw out numbers, but I want to make sure that they need to come from someone I think that most of council would accept it from, and they may not from me. So if we have a total of 18 units and 7 of them are tandem, I calculated that to be 38% tandem. So here we have a very high concentration of tandem that to me is creating parking problems. Angled parking that will be consumed by residents who simply don't have functional parking stalls to a rate of 40%. Now pushing down the quality of the live work to almost there being no point of having it. So I would like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, when you're ready to accept it, if there's other speakers, that we refer this back to staff to decrease the percentage of tandem parking to 20% to improve the quality of the live work. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Whitmarsh, then I'll come back to you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. My question was around this public access plaza. I'm not really recalling that kind of language used before for developments that we've done. Is this, can maybe through your worship to staff, someone could explain what a public access plaza means? Is that for just the residents of the building, or is that somehow some kind of other plaza that's open to the other members of the public to use? I'm not really grasping that terminology.
Mr. Steffi?
Did you want me to respond, Your Worship?
Yes.
Yeah,
just a bit of a
Yeah, this is in compliance with the provisions of the naval plan, the Central Government States Naval Plan, and it is not something that is going to be restrictive or restricted to certain residents. It's for the entire community, so the public would have access to it.
So is it like just a cement or an asphalt pad, or I'm not really sure what it even is?
Well, it hasn't been fully designed, Your Worship. It has to have certain, I guess, objectives met in terms of access, in terms of the aesthetics of it. So those things will have to be considered, and it has to go through the design approval process, subject to council's consideration of first and second reading of public hearing.
Right. Okay. My other thought, and it wasn't so much because of the tandem parking that was my concern. We have a bylaw that allows the 40%, and this is under that. So, I'm fine with that. But I do have concerns I share with Councillor Woodward on the live work functionality of some of those units. And while I wouldn't necessarily require them to address it through reduction of tandem parking, it is something that I have a concern about and would like to see it be addressed in whatever way the developer feels is helpful. But I do have share that concern about this property as well.
So just to confirm, Your Worship, the two issues that were raised in terms of tandem parking and the size of the units, I've been advised by staff that the size of the units actually prescribed in the bylaw as being a minimum of 15 square meters. That's approximately 150 square feet. So they meet the objectives of the bylaw or the provisions of the bylaw, as well as the tandem parking. Currently, unless otherwise directed by council, the bylaw states, the zoning bylaw, that no more than 40% can be tandem of the overall parking stalls. And the application meets both of those objectives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward, you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. I'm open to the specific wording to help.
Mr. Mayor, aren't you going to hear everybody in queue first, or are you going to wait?
Well, you weren't in. Sorry, Councillor Ferguson, you weren't in the queue.
I'll wait.
Went to Councillor Woodward, so your hand needs to be put up for me to see it in time. So, seeing as how Councillor Woodward is allowing you to speak, and you haven't spoken yet, if you wish to speak to the main motion, please go ahead.
How do you determine whether your hand's up? If I push the button, the hand goes up. How do you?
It's the technology. That's all it is. I didn't see your hand up, so now I see it. So go ahead. You got the floor. It's not a big deal.
Okay, you want me to speak now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Technology, and I have as much. I actually lost a Zoom meeting earlier on today. I had to get it back. And not this meeting, a meeting I had with somebody else. Okay, if I may, through the chair, sometimes through the planner, Mr. Safey, sometimes when folks come or developers come to the table, they actually have a client that wants a specific small size. Is that, and then they meet with staff to talk about how the application would proceed accordingly. Would that be the case, if I may, through the chair?
Mrs. Seffi, I think the question is the type of consultation you had with the proponents, if they have specific needs in mind for these spaces.
Yes, Your Worship, if I understand the question correctly, the process is fairly front end, I guess, heavy, if you will, in terms of a number of iterative discussions and submissions and resubmissions between the proponents and township staff to make sure that not only the proponents' objectives are being met in terms of both, I guess, market viability, economic, as well as all the other planning requirements, but further that the township's bylaws are being observed and respected. And if there are any variations or modifications being offered or being suggested, firstly understand the basis of those as to whether they need to be supported by staff or not need to be, but rather should be worthy of support by staff. And if so, what other community benefits might there be in response to, I guess, the amendment to the bylaw, the amendment to vary the certain provision of township bylaw requirements. So that's the typical process before an application reaches council that staff go through.
Thank you. And if I may, I believe that that is the case, that when they specifically build for this niche market and how much the owner of that live work would be using it or having the access to it, that would be, I guess, up to that individual. I also don't have any problem that it met the bylaw as far as the tandem parking as well. So every single application we see, as you know, all know, Mr. Mayor, that they all come to the sense that they go through the process, and the applicant usually has a reason for doing the things they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm open to some of the wording on that, and I'll respond to some of those comments maybe when I speak to the referral. Yeah, I would like to make a referral back to staff to decrease the percentage of tandem parking to 20% and improve the quality of the live work units.
I'll second that.
It's moved and seconded.
So I'd just like to speak to that briefly,
sure.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yeah, thanks. So I take that with all of those comments with consideration, and perhaps there are one or two people that are going to value a live work unit that is little more than a few square feet. I think for me, what we're seeing here is, of course, on one hand, they comply with provision of a live work unit to the minimum standard. And then, of course, they're allowed to have up to 40% tandem parking as per the current bylaws. It's that combination together that is producing that lower quality. I don't think 40% tandem is acceptable to begin with. And of course, now that we have a bunch of tandem parking stalls that don't function to this percentage, of course, people will be parking in this very generous supply of angle parking. So I think that this should be sent back for a better quality development. And I think that's perfectly reasonable to do that when we have a combination of bylaws that are producing the less than quality development. And I'm fully aware, to respond to Councillor Ferguson, that the bylaws don't require quality development. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Okay, Your Worship, you can't possibly allow a motion that says better quality. What is it? What is this?
No, the motion doesn't say better quality. The motion is a deferral. So if you wish to speak to the referral, would be good. Thank you.
I just heard a councillor say something about he doesn't think quality. I'm not sure what qualifications he has to say that, but
Councillor Long. Yeah, if you can just speak to the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, so can I hear the motion, Your Worship? Because I thought I heard him say, or somebody say, and somebody second, that they have to be higher quality. I just assume that the quality is not high. So can I hear the motion?
Yes, Ms. Bauer.
Okay, so the motion would be that the motion be referred back to staff to decrease the use of tandem parking to 20% and improve the live work units.
Yeah. So.
Mean improve.
Well, that's what the motion is. So speak to the motion, and you can have the choice to say no.
Term means to improve, as if there's something needs to be improved. Not bad the way it is, in my opinion. So I don't think we should be using that kind of terminology, Your Worth. You need to be specific. You mean make them bigger, make them less affordable, make them smaller, and about this angle parking, I mean, if there's an issue with that, would it not be designated that that's commercial parking? Could it not be signed that way or something? But anyway, I think if we have bylaws, and I personally like tandem parking, I don't think there's an issue with it. Certain councillors seem to assume that it doesn't work, but that has not been proven. And I don't understand how we could be voting on a motion, Your Worship, that simply uses the words improve, because that's something that's specific to, I guess, your opinion, right? Do you not agree?
Thank you. I'll reserve my comments for my turn. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat what I've said before. I think if there's a need for this council or this area to increase size of units and decrease tandem parking, I think we should address it at the bylaw stage or community plan or neighborhood plan. There's lots of examples of small units throughout the region. They're for affordability. And if you take and or change your tandem parking to a double lot, which means you wouldn't have tandem park, the cost of the units go up. So for every decision you made for square footages or parking, there's a cost in the future. If we need to change our community plans or neighborhood plans to allow for larger units and less small units to be taken out, then that would have to go to I guess, a more sophisticated thinking and analytical level, for especially if you're looking at affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, so I just want to add, I think that that's reasonable. I think when I say that improve, I think I am talking about fewer of them that are higher quality, and then all of a sudden we're concerned about affordability. I think that this is, like I said, I'll just reiterate, it's the combination of the tandem parking with the live work that is producing, live work in name only, essentially. So I would entertain a motion to refer it back to not make it necessary to provide live work that is simply not live work. That's not really going to function. So, but that, I'd be open to that if that's a solution. But of course, I'm not expecting that during any sort of neighborhood planning process that we'll catch up to this one. And I would like to see it made better. Thank you.
My comments on the referral, I don't support it. I think, we all can have our opinions on what's quality, what isn't quality. Certainly opinions are great, but unless they're qualified opinions, sometimes, we're all entitled to them. So what I look at is business, and there are businesses that start out and they need a very small space. They can't afford a higher rent. They're looking for these spaces. I know some successful businesses that have grown out of work live into a larger spaces because of their success and starting out basically in the basement of their parents' home. But we zoned it as live work, and this gives small businesses a chance to get started. And I believe there are a lot of businesses that would be attracted to this space. People who are an accountant just without any employees, someone who's in a personal service business like a massage therapist or a small doctor's office or a chiropractor, that sort of thing. So I think giving opportunities for a variety of type of businesses in our community, I think, is important. So I don't see this as less than quality. I see this as something that there is a space for it. And so I can't support the referral, and they have complied with the OCP and neighborhood plan. So with that, I'll call a question on the referral. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, Councillor, I'll forget. Whitmarsh opposed.
Opposed. Yep.
And sorry, who else opposed? I got
Ferguson opposed.
Ferguson, Froze, Kunst. Anybody else opposed?
Long.
Anybody else opposed? Arneson. Anybody else opposed? Okay, so that's 1, 2. So that's Councillor. So the motion fails. Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froze, or Councillor Ferguson, Mayor Froze, Councillor Kunst, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson opposed. So we're back to the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so I got Woodward and I've got Richter. Who else opposed? Okay, and it carries with Councillor Woodward, Councillor Richter opposed. Now we move on to, well, actually, it's 10 to 4. We've been at it for almost 3 hours. I think a 10-minute break would be nice. So if we come back a couple minutes after 4, I'll call for a short recess. Thank you. Okay, so I think everyone is back. So we will reconvene the meeting, and we move on now to G. I just want to make sure everyone is here. I'll wait for, I don't want to, I guess if you're not here, say aye. That's not going to work. Councillor Richter, are you with us? Councillor Long?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and Councillor Ferguson? Councillor Woodward? Councillor Long? Let me give a minute. There's Woodward. Councillor Woodward's back. Councillor Kunst? Yeah.
All right.
All right. Okay. So we'll reconvene the meeting, and the next item are bylaws for first, second, and third reading. G1 is the LED street lighting conversion loan authorization bylaw 2020, an alternative approval process, bylaw 5620. Could I have a motion, please? Councilor Long moves it. Seconder.
Very good story.
Could I have a seconder, sorry?
Second.
Councilor Arneson seconds. Discussion, Councilor Richter.
Yes, I'm wondering why we need to be looking at more debt in order to deal with this. And not only is it more debt, but it looks like it's debt that's being amortized over 15 years.
Okay, Mr. Backen, I believe there's a business plan, case for this. Perhaps you could give a little more insight into it.
Thank you, Your Worship. The use of debt in this circumstance is because of this was the pre-COVID situation where we were trying to actually go through the budget process and itemize the funding sources. I guess post-COVID then would make it even more challenging, I would say, to utilize existing resources as we're trying to preserve those for unexpected and unforeseen circumstances. The business cases, I recall, showed that the actual revenue saved from the energy savings would in fact cover the cost of the borrowing for the entire period of the borrowing itself. So, and I think it was simply the juggling of the borrowing versus the savings to make sure that that would always have the cash flow that would cover them. That's my understanding. So that's why it's gone to the borrowing.
Thank you.
But why 15 years or however long it's going to be?
Backen.
So I think what they did is they tried to reverse engineer it to ensure that the cash flow would always be positive, that the savings would always exceed the interest payments. I think that's why that term was actually chosen.
So essentially, it's going to take us 15 years to even get close to paying this back, because the savings is going to pay the interest on the loan and the loan principal.
That's correct. It's the way the business case was structured. The 4.39 million would be repayable over that 15-year period, and during that period, the energy savings from the change of the technology would be greater than the amount required to repay that amount. That's why there was a positive business case. If we did not have to, if we chose not to borrow, we could then actually save a little bit, I guess, based on our last borrowing of 1.28%, we would save that interest charge. So because of the near zero interest rates, this helps the business case balance the cash flow so that it always remains positive.
Well, I guess the concern I have stems around the comment that you raised, which was we don't know what's going to happen, and is this something that absolutely needs to be done right now? So I'm not in favor of borrowing this amount of money because we just don't know where we're going to be.
Good. Oh, Mr. Sefi.
Your Worship, thank you. I just wanted to, I guess, clarify the payback period as anticipated based on the business case is actually 12 years. The realization of the energy savings obviously will not happen until such time as the entire system has been replaced, which is going to take about a year and a half, after which the payback will occur over a 12-year period. And just to provide some, I guess, more detail to what Mr. Backen was saying earlier in terms of the numbers, the annual saving is estimated at about $380,000 per year. And the payment towards the debt is estimated as about $280,000 a year, which is about $100,000 less than the savings.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I really understand where Councillor Richter is coming from, but when I look at this as a proposition, I see it as one of those cost recovery mechanisms that the township can avail itself of. And the one thing that hasn't been put forward, although I understand it would provide, it would be challenging to quantify, but in addition to being able to pay this off with the savings, also, we are making, I feel, a commitment towards our climate action. And we don't know exactly what greenhouse gas savings this would be, but I can hazard a guess that it's quite significant over the township of Langley, and especially over the lifetime of 12 years. And to me, it's a step in the right direction. So while generally I don't approve or would be hesitant to go through a borrowing process, I feel that it has a policy merit that, you know, takes it above and beyond just strategic borrowing, because it's strategic borrowing that is really tied to a policy that we're moving towards. And so I think it's just a valuable prospect.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this too, Your Worship, because there's another aspect, and that's safety and convenience. Street lights burn out all the time. They take a while to get reported. Then you have to send a crew out there, get up on a ladder. The conventional light bulb doesn't last that long. So with LED, I'm hoping that we're going to get much more life out of the bulbs. So not only save energy and do the right thing for the environment, but I think it might be a safety issue as well, and a convenience to taxpayers, because their light does will be less likely to burn out down the street if it's LED. Then, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thanks. I'm fully supportive of this initiative. I see so many benefits. They've been mentioned by other councillors, so I don't need to go into detail, but certainly the environment, safety, as well as I think the emotional improvement of having much better lighting in our community. It's a much more natural and focused kind of light. And we have a mechanism that in 12 years, it would pay it off. And then after that, we're actually going to be seeing profit from doing this. So to me, it's a really wise type of borrowing. There's only a couple of types that are really wise borrowing that we've done and can do, and this is one of them, and we should continue.
Councillor Ferguson.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, by the way, I researched this, and it's a good idea. I just want to make sure we are actually on the G1 LED lighting, because I lost sound for about 5 minutes there. So we are on G1?
We are, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no, I see no further discussion, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Richter opposed. The motion carries. And we move on to bylaws for consideration at third reading. H1 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100200, development permit application numbers 100851 and 101143, bylaw 5589 and bylaw 5590 and 5591. Could I have a motion, please?
Ferguson, move.
Councillor Ferguson and moves it. Councillor Long seconds it. Councillor Richter, discussion.
There was quite a bit that came out through the public hearing with regards to road alignments in that area, and the problems that the existing road alignment may create for residents who are already there. So I would like to move a referral of this bylaw back to staff to look at alternate road alignments that would meet with the neighbors' needs and concerns.
Mr. Seffi's hand is up. Can you just give some comments on the road alignment? I'll look.
Certainly, Your Worship. Not knowing where the councillor was going, I was going to request your permission to provide, share my screen and provide a layout that shows the subject property in the context of the surrounding neighborhood, if I may.
Sure, and then I'll go back to Councillor Richter. Yes, please.
So, Your Worship, do you see the slide?
Yes.
So, Your Worship, the area that's shown with the red outline and shaded in lighter shade of red is a subject property. And as I recall, there were a number of submissions at the public hearing, one of which was from the property owner to the north, immediately to the north, which is where the cursor is now. And then there were several others, 3 or 4, as I recall, from the existing development to the east of 209 B Street. So to deal with the latter first, it was clear to me that all of the speakers were incorrectly under the assumption that the subject development went all the way up to their property line. In other words, they had seen signs previously from several years ago relating to this L-shaped property here that you can see, which is not shaded in red, and thinking that the subject application was in fact that property. Well, that's not the case. The fact is that this property has been in the works since, a long time ago, about 8 years ago. This L-shaped property has been in the process, and there's been delayed due to a number of issues and challenges, all of which were internal to the applicants in terms of ownership concerns and potential disputes. So then going back to the other concern that was raised by the property owner to the north, as you can see, we have a challenge in terms of aligning roads. And this is not unique in Willoughby in that historically the road patterns have not, unfortunately, necessarily matched property lines, existing property lines. So in some cases, they don't happen very often, but in some cases we have some misaligned roads. An example of that actually is in Willowbrook right here in front of the civic facility, where historically we used to have a misaligned intersection at 202B Street between the shopping mall on the west side and where the civic center is, civic facilities on the east side. So having said that, what the intent is to try and connect 83 Avenue with 82nd Avenue. Well, one way that was anticipated in the neighborhood plan would have been much more intrusive. As you can see on this plan, Your Worship, this is the road that the neighborhood plan was contemplating, which would have cut through that property that is north of the subject property, significantly taking out a great portion of it as road. So rather than doing that and still trying to meet the objectives of road connectivity, this is what has been proposed and accepted by staff as making a lot of sense. That does not render the property to the north undevelopable, but rather provides for the equal, I guess, opportunity for development. And it's also designated for the same type of use as the subject development is, which is essentially apartments. So the road pattern you see here, Your Worship, is 82nd Avenue, bending north, going through a bit of a traffic circle, and then arriving at 83rd Avenue, and within the subject development, providing a couple of traffic circles that provide for both traffic circulation as well as pedestrian connectivity because of the nature of traffic circles providing some calming. Thank you, Your Worship. I will stop sharing unless you want me to leave this on the screen.
No, that's fine. You can take it off the screen. I think you've seen it. Thank you.
Actually,
Councilor Richter.
As a follow-up, well, that particular road pattern needs to be communicated to the residents up there, because that's not what they came to the public hearing believing was going to happen. So if we approve this application today, does that mean that revised road pattern that we just saw will in fact be the road pattern that is adopted?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Sefi, I believe that would be it.
Yes, Your Worship, at the very least. But again, because of the fact that we're working at the one hand on the subject property with a detailed design, on the other hand, not having the benefit of a proponent that has a professional team of surveyors and planners and transportation engineers, this is what staff has come up with that makes sense. What I'm saying is that certainly is something that we're going to work towards. But having said that, if as part of a design process, they come forward with something that makes even more sense, that's an improvement to what I just showed Council, certainly we will not dismiss anything that, that might work from all perspectives.
Okay, but going back to my question, how can we communicate this to the residents that live in that area that were so upset at the public hearing?
Your Worship, the property owner to the north, I believe, was the one that was concerned about this, and we can share that with them in terms of a concept that staff is currently working towards.
Well, I think it's not just those property owners. I think it's also the property owners at, is it Willow Creek, the 209B Street residents?
So, and maybe Mr. Sefi, if staff can review the proceedings, and those that were concerned about the road alignment, perhaps send them a rendering and a short explanation by email. Is that possible?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councilor Richter is opposed. The motion carries. We move on to H2. This is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100129, Pacific Land Group Incorporated, bylaw 5556 and 5557. Could I have a motion, please? Councilor Whitmarsh moves. Councilor Coons seconds. Discussion. Councilor Richter. Councilor Richter, you might be muted.
I'm just kidding.
There you go. Yeah.
I would like to move an amendment to this, and the amendment is to place a covenant on this rezoning for all phases, that all phases are non-denominational with priority given to Township of Langley residents.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, just before I take that, I just want to clarify with Mr. Back, and I know we can give priority or preference, but we can't.
To your worship, the key under the human rights legislation is we can't require, but we can prefer. So we can make that a condition that they provide a preference to those things, but not mandate that there be a certain limit.
So thank you for that. I just want to make sure we have the correct wording. So priority fits in with preference. We're talking semantics. That priority works. Okay, thank you. Thank you. As I was moved and seconded by Councilor Ferguson. Councilor Richter, did you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the clerk got the wording.
Yes, if you could read it back, Ms. Bauer. Just a minute, we'll get it read back.
The wording currently reads that the amendment that they place a covenant on the property to be non-denominational with a priority to township residents.
That all phases.
All phases, thank you.
Must be non-denominational with priority given to Township of Langley residents.
All phases. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's move in seconded discussion.
Yeah, wait, well, yes, please.
Yeah, so I've got Councilor Davis. So on the amendment, Councilor Davis.
You know, I just wonder priority. That means who's going to die first. But is that I know where Councilor Richter's coming from. Is that going, like, what will that really mean?
It's not exclusive to township residents, but there'd be a priority given. So I would believe that the operator would define that in some way. But if you came from Abbotsford and they're running out of spaces, they may define that as sorry, we got to wait for township residents. But it's how they define it. Priority, I think, is really very general for the reasons that Mr. Backen.
Yeah. Okay. Stated. Okay. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, I'm not sure that that the right wording is non-denominational. In the application, they talk about it being multi-faith, and multi-faith seems to be a much better word. Non-denominational has a number of connotations, but in many contexts, it would imply that it's a Christian cemetery of all sorts of different Christian denominations. And I don't think that's the intention. I think it's meant to be multi-faith. So of all different kinds of religious backgrounds and perspectives, including those who might not have a faith. So I'm not sure the non-denominational is the accurate word. I think if we want to be all encompassing, I think multi-faith is a better choice.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
I was going to say exactly the same thing. I think multi-faith and faith is the word, and it is in the report. And I thought I heard Mr. Bakken say earlier that from a human rights perspective, can you even say it? It must be. So
I would make a suggestion that we divide this amendment to first deal with the priority for Township of Langley residents, and then to deal with the non-denominational part. So certainly entertain a motion to divide.
Would somebody accept multi-faith instead of non-denominational?
Well, why don't we do it separately? Just a quick motion to divide. We can deal with each separately.
I'll move that.
It's been moved. Seconder for division.
I'll second that.
Councilor Whitmarsh. Just do a quick question. All those in favor? Opposed? Anybody opposed to division? No? Okay, division carries. So we'll carry on with the first part, which would be providing a priority to Township of Langley residents. So I've got Councilor Long, you're spoken. Councilor Richter, did you wish to speak to that? Your hand is up.
Yes, I do. The paper, the report that came to us with this particular application really stressed the cemetery review that the township had done with regards to the cemeteries, the decreasing cemetery spaces available in the township of Langley. And as township is growing at the rate that it is, the need for us to make provisions into the future for that continued growth. I noted that a number of different people wrote letters into us, or that they were provided as part of the application, how nice it would be if they could find a final place near the community that they lived. So I want to make sure that this meets township needs more than regional needs. I know we can't stop regional needs, but I think because a majority of township residents were commenting and leaving me with the assumption that they would be looking to be in this particular cemetery down the road, that they are in fact able to be in that cemetery if they so choose.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on that? So this is on the priority covenant for priority to Township Langley residents. Call the question. All those in favor and opposed? That carries unanimously. So now we move on to the second part of it, which was that it was to be non-denominational. Is there any further discussion on that?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay, I've got Councilor Long on the list, and then Councilor Long. You're muted. Oh, there you are. Or you're not. We can't hear you. Every other word.
That the word be replaced multi-faith.
Is it not correct that it's already in the report that it's multi-faith?
It's already there.
It's already in the report. So
Prerequisites.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're really broken up there.
Okay, it's in the report, but it's not in the prerequisites, Your Worship. It's in an executive summary.
Okay.
And then you can show it to me in the.
So you want to amend the word non-denominational to multi-faith?
Because that's being added to the recommendation.
Okay. So you'd be making an amendment to change non-denominational to multi-faith. So if you wish to make that amendment.
Correct. Yes.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
And a second by Councilor Arneson. Is there a discussion on that amendment? I've got a list here. Councilor Richter, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I do. I'm not sure multi-faith is the word that we're looking for here. What the intent of my original amendment was to ensure that people of any faith or no faith could be placed in this particular location if they chose to be. And I wanted to make sure that it was not necessarily faith-based. Now, non-denominational, I interpret non-denominational as meaning any faith, but maybe that's not the word. Maybe it does have a Christian connotation, I don't know. I don't want it to necessarily be restricted to any one group. I want it to be open to any township resident of any faith who wishes to have their final resting place in the township of Langley. So I'm not sure multi-faith is the right word. Are there other suggestions? Any faith, maybe instead of multi-faith?
Mr. Backen, we'll ask for some legal advice here. Multi-faith, I think, covers everything. It covers even if you're agnostic or you're atheist. That's a faith that covers everything.
That's my preliminary interpretation, Your Worship. If we went with any faith, I would presume there'd be the need to have a faith, and we're trying to cover the non-faith, I guess, aspect of it. So multi-faith arguably would include the non-faith, but probably our best resident expert might be Councillor Whitmarsh in terms of language and something of this nature, because he understands the connotations better than I.
Well, he teaches sport, not philology.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think multi-faith covers it. If there's an issue, they'll certainly bring it back to us. But multi-faith does cover all faiths, whether you're agnostic, atheist, whatever.
Yes.
Okay. So, and also the intent is that all of these phases would be a mixture of all faiths then.
Yeah.
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 And does the covenant, as it's worded, does that make it clear?
Yes. I'm getting a nod from Mr. Mackin. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm now going to call the question. All those in favor of this amendment and opposed? Okay, it carries unanimously. Now we're on to the main motion as amended. See no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Okay, so now we move on to bylaws for final adoption. This is rezoning application number 100402, development permit application number 100784, bylaw 5140. So a motion for the bylaw.
So moved.
Councilor Davis, seconder. Councilor Kuntz, discussion on the bylaw. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously.
No, I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Richter's opposed. Carries. We now move on to the development permit number 100784. We have a motion for the development permit. Councilor Long, seconder. Councilor Whitmarsh, discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Move.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor Richter opposed. Development permit carries. Thank you. And move on to I2, rezoning application number 100609, Blitz Manufacturing Limited, bylaw 5606. Can I have a motion, please? Councilor Kuntz and a seconder. Can I have a second?
Ferguson.
Councilor Ferguson. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Move on to J, items from prior meetings. These are deferred at the May 11th, 2020 special meeting. J1 is drainage DCC front-ending agreement, Mitchell Latimer, 77 Incorporated. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll move.
Councilor Long, second by Councilor Davis. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Move on to J2, drainage development works agreement bylaw. Bylaw number 5607, Mitchell Latimer 77 Incorporated.
So move, Ferguson.
So Ferguson moves, second by Councilor Davis. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. Now we go to J1, J2, J3. And this also came from May 11th. Rezoning application number 100620. And this is bylaw 5611. And this is for third and final reading. Can I have a motion, please?
Move.
Moved by Councilor Davis, second by Councilor Whitmarsh. And discussion. Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, we already dealt with K2 as a piece of correspondence. K1, a motion to receive. Could we have a motion to receive?
So move.
Councilor Kuntz and Councilor Davis seconds. Discussion on receipt. Call the question. All those in favor? Oh, you have a question?
Just as this is received.
Just receipt, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Councilor Richter, sorry, your hand came up. Just okay.
I hit the wrong button, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so that carries unanimously. So we dealt with K2. We move on to, here we get a break. You get the mayor's report.
Actually,
there we go.
Mayor, don't we deal with
I don't know. Wait for staff to put the PowerPoint up for the mayor's report.
Your worship, I think Councilor Davis had a question.
Oh.
What do we do with K1, reconsideration of soil?
It has been received. If you wish to do something with it, the process would be a notice of motion for reconsideration, and you could do that in other business, and then that would come on to the next meeting. Or you could do it prior to the deadline. You could put a notice of motion on that you request reconsideration, but we can't do a reconsideration tonight because we haven't given proper notice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you could do it either tonight to give us notice, or you could do it, spend some time and do it. Okay, is that PowerPoint coming up? Never got it? Oh, okay. I probably have it here someplace, but I would not know how to put it on. Anyways, there's only 2 slides. And so good evening, everyone out there in Zoom land. It's great to be back, and we've had a bit of a break. My mayor's report is fairly short. I wanted to give a bit of a COVID-19 update. As the Township of Langley works on its restart plan, we're actively reviewing WorkSafe BC regulations, public health orders, and the BC Recreation and Parks Association guidelines for restarting operations. COVID-19 recovery through recreation and parks. As part of this process, we are performing assessments in all of our facilities, ensuring our contracts include up-to-date language, and doing everything we can so that we can return to sport in a manner that is safe for our user groups, residents, and employees, while being physically responsible to our taxpayers. At this time, we're not yet ready to open our outdoor park facilities for organized sport or any activity that encourages large gatherings. Information on facilities that are open can be found at tol.ca/COVID-19. As I mentioned previously, this is the time when grade 12 students would normally be celebrating their graduation in ceremonies and parties. But of course, things are different this year, and because of COVID. And we're very proud of our Langley grads. And on behalf of Township of Langley Council, we want to wish the graduating class of 2020 the best on their future goals and aspirations, and congratulations. Hopefully in 2021, you can all have a reunion and have your grad party that you missed this year. But I know that you're all celebrating in your own way, and we certainly encourage that you celebrate, but do it safely. I had a question from a member of council just on what was happening with TransLink, and so just like to give a little bit of an update. Certainly TransLink, as all transit authorities, have had a very difficult time during COVID-19 with a severe reduction in ridership. Yet the province of British Columbia and other jurisdictions across Canada and North America have declared that transit and public transportation is mandatory. It's required during this type of an emergency that is an essential service. TransLink was really looking at how to get through this in a physically meaningful way, and had contemplated layoffs and significant cuts. The province of British Columbia came forward in the 11th hour and said that they would make TransLink whole, or basically recover the costs that would be gained by the layoff. So a lot of routes that we were expecting to be canceled or postponed didn't happen, and we're able to continue moving transit through. Boardings have started to increase. About 2.5 million boardings in the first week of June was an increase over the way it was, but it's still 33% of our levels as they were last year. TransLink has increased the amount of people that can ride in a bus, but they're requesting, and we can't order it, but we're certainly requesting that people wear masks and when they do ride transit, and so that we can provide a safe way to move people through. As far as and the TransLink has worked through a safe operating action plan to increase cleaning, sanitation of transit vehicles and the hubs, increase service levels, and recommends that all customers wear a mask. In the world of where's the Surrey Langley SkyTrain line, where are big projects like that? We are certainly working with all levels of government in part of the economic restart program to ensure that funding will still come forward for transit, as we're going to still need transit in the future. People are still coming to this province especially now with the requirements that fewer people can ride transit because of the distancing. It's even more apparent that we need these projects to go ahead. So we're continuing to work with all levels of government to seek funding to assist, shovel-ready projects that can assist with the economic recovery of not only our province but with our country. So it's still nothing concrete coming down from the government. We're proceeding as normal. Our plans are proceeding. We have nothing to tell us that it won't happen, but we all understand that we're in difficult times and that we are working through this in partnership with the province and the federal government. So hopefully that helps in a nutshell, see where we are today. Wish I had better news that, you know, money was flowing. We're going to build the SkyTrain line all the way to Surrey and some of the other big projects we have. But we are still going through the process that we would have been going through normally at this time anyway. So I know it's challenging times, but TransLink has been working very hard to provide the essential service to those that need it and need to get to work, need to get to their appointments, and really grateful that the province did come on board to assist. So that ends my report. I see two hands are up, Councillor Long and then Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Long.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Now, you mentioned in your brief COVID update the different initiatives happening in the region, and I'm just curious about this consortium of metro municipalities that I heard about, where apparently there are 22 municipalities that are working in concert with reopening of certain facilities and so forth.
Yeah, so one thing that the Metro Vancouver, we have a task force made up of the mayors throughout the region, so all the 21 mayors, the First Nations, and the electoral area A all sit on that task force. And one of the things that we want to do, and it's not always possible or perfect, is to work with other municipalities as we reopen. And so far that's been working. Some confusion I think is out there where some facilities have opened in other communities, but they're not necessarily municipal run and they may be contracted. So it changes the perspective a little bit. But I don't know if Mr. Backen or if there's a member of staff that can talk about our works through the Emergency Operations Center and how we're working with other municipalities and to try and come together on this. Mr. Backen?
Yes, Your Worship. Almost all senior staff are on various committees of equivalent positions throughout the region, from RAC to RFAC to the engineers. So there's constant communications, and sometimes we're able to formulate communications that are standard. Sometimes they're a bit different because each municipality has its own factual underpinnings. At this point, though, I think we can say there's a good sharing of information. There's a good, I think, direction we're all headed in. However, the circumstances often, because of timing or because of physical constraints, may mean we're just a bit different in terms of some of the things we're undertaking.
Thank you.
Thanks, you were that. And supplemental to that, there was two issues or two aspects that I wanted to bring to council's attention. I'm sure they may have heard from others too. One is organized sports. So are we going to be, coordinated, let's say, with other communities in terms of organized sports? And I'm not trying to by any means suggest that we need to move ahead at a different time frame or whatever, but I would like to make sure that we're in touch with the directives from the province in terms of organized sports. And the other one is outdoor swimming. My understanding from listening to Dr. Henry is that outdoor swimming is something that may be considered sooner than later in terms of recreation for the communities. And we do happen to have the best outdoor pool in the region. So again, I'm not advocating that it be opened prematurely, but I would like to make sure that we're on par with what the province is recommending in terms of getting the proper safeguards and in place that we could open that facility when it's safe to do so.
Thank you. And Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess there's two parts to that then in terms of are we opening lockstep with other communities? Some communities are being a bit more assertive and they are, I guess, shall we say, taking the advice of other professional organizations but making their own decisions in terms of whether or not they're going to reopen. That's what's happened in the first instance to our neighbors to the west, and there is some controversy about that. There's some other communities too that have done that, but I mean that's probably the one that most impactful upon us, where there may be a different disagreement with the governing bodies association and their constraints. At this point, we're being somewhat cautious, but our constraints are also a little different. For example, we had a presentation before about the Fort Langley pool. As we may recall, the Fort Langley pool has its own unique set of circumstances in terms of if the pool were to maintain the status quo, it would effectively be down this season anyways for repairs. The question is that the best use of resources and funds? And that's something I'm sure council will deliberate on going forward. The other reference, of course, is to the Aldergrove, the ACUCC and the outdoor experience. That would actually fall into a different category. So a good example might be, say, comparing the City of Langley's Al Anderson pool, which is a fairly confined and constrained outdoor pool that they're able to open. The ACUCC, under the same rules, would not be able to open because of the number of people and the social distancing requirements. So it would be more equivalent of a destination event, such as a concert or outdoor experience, which have their own sets of criteria. So we're working through those issues again, and as the mayor mentioned, that's as to the issue of the I guess governing bodies, rules, regulations, whether they be health authority or the province. We also, as the mayor mentioned, have this issue of fiscal responsibility. Many of the communities are making the decision that once they're able to open, whether they wish to actually open with the costs associated at the staffing level, say with a lot lower revenues to start. That's a decision council will have to make once we're in the position where we can open, but that's also a concern to us because we're seeing for some communities the subsidies effectively soar. Now, we're not at that point yet. We're still working through the first part because our infrastructure is a bit more limited, but that's something we'll be discussing with council in the near future.
Thanks. I'd like to add, maybe that would help staff a little bit, and that is the Cultus Lake Water Park. They are working on operating plans to potentially open in the summer, and we might want to connect with them and get some assistance. The owner, don't know if anybody on council knows this, but the owner of the Cultus Lake Water Park is a Langley Township resident. And so he may be able to help us in whatever plans they are putting together to open their water park. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
More of a Metro Vancouver.
Yeah.
Mine's more Metro Vancouver.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I had the opportunity of attending the Liquid Waste Committee for the Metro Vancouver, and we are looking at a number of submissions for Iona Waste Treatment Plant. Want to ensure that the public is aware that all environmental standards are being met, both provincial and federal review, and they were regulated accordingly, because I know there was a number of concerns from people thinking that that process was not being met. That's the first thing. Also had the opportunity of a Metro Vancouver Indigenous Committee speaking to the committee on stage 5 of the KC Treaty Table, which I'm attending. And we also had a presentation under the United Nations Indigenous Rights Declaration, and the National Canadian Government accepted this declaration, and we also received a presentation on them, and that's all new information to the public. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I was going to wait to do this in other business, but since we're talking about swimming pools, we got some correspondence from the Langley Swim Club, and it seemed there was about 60 pages of how to properly prepare for this swim club. But I'm just wondering, where are we at with the township just for having the swim club be able to participate? Because I didn't notice there was any correspondence going back to them.
No, I think it just came, Mr. Backen.
Yes, Your Worship. The challenge is where we have obligations to specific, I guess we'll call them leaseholders or license holders, we can carve them out under the provincial legislation as being sole usage. For the swim club, as they're talking about using the overall pool itself, we are still trying to determine if we can create such an exception for them. We actually have a committee that's working in terms of the general guidelines, as Councillor Long alluded to. We have a committee looking at all, I guess, provincial and health department regulations in that regard, and as well what other communities are doing that are trying to coordinate our opening. And they're doing so not by looking at timing, but by looking at our own plans that could be 20 or 30 pages per, I guess, issue or event that we'll be trying to put together so we can have the various levels of approval. And in our case, including WCB, because of course we have to have staff working those facilities, putting those together and getting them operational. So in that case, as we proceed, once we have all levels of clearance and all levels of approvals, we can then get to the specific users. And for some, we can do it. So some may be wanting to use an outdoor lacrosse box that's fairly constrained, whereas the pool itself, because of the issues regarding the spread of the virus, it can be much more complicated. So to answer your question, it's effectively a work in progress. With the information received, we'll try to respond, but the timeline is very much up in the air depending upon these variables we've been discussing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Richter, who's on the Parks Committee, who's seen the biggest uptick in visitors through the COVID thing, one of the success stories in Metro Vancouver.
Oh yeah, they actually experienced a 67% increase in park visits over the first 2 months of COVID. So parks are really important. But I wanted to touch on, and perhaps Mr. Mayor, you can add in, Metro has commenced its 2021 budget process, and we did have a budget workshop last week. And I'm very happy to note that the concerns of the member municipalities in terms of their own finances and the corresponding Metro load on finances has been heard by the Metro board. And so the board is at this point authorized staff to move forward looking at a 1 to 3 year time frame of scaling back whatever can be scaled back in order to keep the costs within reason to regional taxpayers. So each of the committees will now be going into their individual committee area budgets, and then we'll be coming back in the larger group to discuss that, I guess, at the end of the summer. Did I miss anything, Mr. Mayor?
No, I think you've covered it. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion on the budget and a lot of projects and balancing the needs of the future residents with making sure that we keep moving forward and yet respecting the time that we're in with the funding. So thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, that looks like that completes the Mayor and Council reports and the Metro Vancouver Representative report. Move on to other business. And so 01, Councillor Whitmarsh has a motion. Councillor Whitmarsh.
So I have a point of order, Mr. Mayor, on this one. I just wanted to clarify with the clerk whether this notice of motion is inconsistent with the motion that was passed by council on May 11th. The May 11th motion, if you recall, was for this to be referred back to staff to work with the proponent to make it a mixed-use development in conjunction with staff recommendations. I'm not sure how you make it. We've given direction for the proponent to staff to go and make it something else, to then also explore multi-story options. I personally find that potentially inconsistent. The proper process probably would have been to move reconsideration of the May 11th motion, and we could have debated it that way and either rescinded it or amended it further. But an additional motion may not be the correct process.
Thank you. So Ms. Bauer, can this motion be considered like an amendment to the previous motion, or is it a standalone motion on its own?
Your Worship,
Mr. Backer.
Your Worship, the answer may be that in terms of what's transpired, they may actually be complementary, but we should hear from Mr. Seffi in terms of what the actual designation provides and how that actually overlaps, because we did some research into this and it may be add a bit of clarity. So Mr. Seffi, are you out there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Your Worship. The way that staff understands the words of the notice of motion, Your Worship, just on Council's agenda today from Councillor Whitmarsh, it is not inconsistent, but rather complementary, or I guess reinforcing the previous resolution of Council. And I will clarify my comments by saying that it references the existing zone, which is, or sorry, not the existing, but the contemplated community commercial zone of C2. And community commercial C2 provides for residential uses to the extent of approximately 30 units per acre, or the way that it's written in the bylaw, 74 units per hectare. So with that provision, the motion is actually not inconsistent with the previous direction of council.
And it just, we use the word complementary, so it doesn't take away from the other one. It doesn't make the other one any less as far as what the intent was. This complements it by adding a bit more to it. Is that what you're saying? So
that's correct. I guess to some degrees, Your Worship, it complements it, but again, it really depends on the intent of council with the previous resolution, and the intent of Councillor Whitmarsh, or the mover, I should say, with the motion on the floor, in that it does, in effect, I think, restrict other potential uses that could arguably constitute a mixed-use development. What I mean by that is that the existing uses allowed in the zoning bylaw that is being contemplated by the applicant, that being C2, does not, for example, provide for certain office uses, whereas a mixed-use development would be more generic and provide for some office uses, whereas the C2 and the way that this motion currently reads, it provides for confirmation of the previous resolution being the intent of council being that mixed use means residential and commercial.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you. In light of that conversation and the clarification there, I would like to move this motion. I don't need to read the whereas. I think people have probably read it many times, but I think the motion is therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to work with the proponent to also explore multi-story options to include uses consistent with those allowed under the contemplated community commercial zone C2. I move.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Kunst. Councillor Long, discussion.
Yeah, this is kind of a tricky setup here, but the motion is has been explained by staff. It could be complementary. But I guess my question would be, we talked a lot about consistent with the plan, which is what I thought was submitted in the beginning. So I'm wondering if this will preclude what was originally proposed by the proponent, because in all fairness to the proponent, and I really think council understands this, especially since the delegation came and explained it so carefully, that the consistency with the plan is really what we're supposed to be ruling on. So I just want to make sure that this doesn't preclude to the original plan also coming forward, and council will vote on it as it wishes. But I think it was awful odd that we actually referred the thing back to begin with, because it wasn't inconsistent to begin with, Your Worship.
That's fair enough. And as you said, this is complementary. It doesn't take away from the other motion, and it doesn't take away if the proponent comes back with, the original as he first stated. So it's asking staff to work with them. Mr. Seffi, do you have any further comments on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. The only other comment I would provide is the application that was provided by or submitted by the proponent was consistent with the plan. So is what council's directing staff to do. So the plan does not necessarily restrict a one particular type of development, but rather provides for a range of potential developments. It's just a matter of narrowing that down into what is considered by council to be the best and highest use.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I think for me, the intention of the motion was to try and clarify some things, because after we had the first motion that came through on the 11th of May, that particular motion did require, had a requirement for a mixed use building. And there was many different understandings of what mixed use, what mixed use actually meant. Certainly, we've had some clarification today from Mr. Seffi on what mixed use could mean. But at that meeting, it certainly came across that there were members of council that believed that mixed use was the requirement of residential. And I wanted to clarify that that certainly wasn't my intention, even though I did vote for it to be referred to staff. It wasn't my intention that it would have to be a mixed use building with residential units above. My intention was to consider a second story and what second story might look like, and to make use of the land that's there, and for it to be able to have a plan that would be consistent with the community, or sorry, with the commercial zone, but also explore the possibility of a second floor. So the purpose of this motion is complementary to the one that we passed originally, but was also to make sure that they were not limited to residences above. And that was the purpose of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh, I needed to hear that. So what the intent of your motion is to not limit it just to mixed use. This is to give options, more options for the proponent to say, to look at. This doesn't, because I myself voted to have staff looked at it, I didn't realize how powerful the language was. So by supporting this motion means that it could come back well, for better, the same way. If is that right? Is that could I ask that through the councillor?
Well, the way the motion's written, it doesn't require multi-story. It asks that that the proponent would work with staff to explore the possibility of multi-story. But it's possible they could come back with the same plan. It's possible they could come back with a multi-story plan. The purpose of this motion is to ensure that they feel the freedom that they're not required to have residential above their commercial area.
Okay.
It's intended to open it up and give them lots of possibilities within the community plan.
And the neighborhood plan and all the plans. Okay.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I want to thank Councillor Whitmarsh for bringing this forward. I think it is, I agree, it's complementary. It provides an opportunity for the proponent to work with staff as we've directed and expands the scope. I think for me, when we decided to send it back to staff for a rethink or reworking of the proposal, it's challenging to think that to some degree we potentially have neighborhood plans that are out of date or out of sync with the current thinking that we have. And so, but not to fault the proponent, because in fact, they're working with staff to put together something that does fit what it actually says in our plan. So I'm really positive and believing that if you allow this latitude, that something will come back that will be superior, will likely meet at least some of our objectives. So I think it was good to question this, because obviously it was 8-1. And, you know, for me though, this will help to clarify, as Councillor Whitmarsh has put out there, what does mixed use mean? Mixed use has lots of different interpretations. It's somewhat subjective, and it's good to know from the business analysis that they are able to do what it is that they can accomplish on that site. And it may or may not be housing. It could be something else that would be valuable to the community, but, you know, leave staff to work that out and make the proponent make a presentation to council to see if they've more or less met the mark.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
I guess I have a question around what exactly is the effect of this? And it would seem to me, in reading the wording there, the part about to include the uses consistent with those under the contemplated community commercial zone C2, what we're really going to end up with is office use only there. And if it's office use only, how does that get us away from a strip mall? Well, it's when you bring the residential in that you're getting away from the strip mall and the car focus. So, and then the other question, the corollary question, I think that goes along with that is the intent here to, for the proponent, like just based on the discussion that's gone on, for the proponent to say he just rejects any of our definitions and he's going to stay with his original one?
Mr. Sefi, do you have any?
Like, I'm not sure how it's complementary.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. The existing commercial C2 zoning in the Township of Langley zoning bylaw, which is what the proponents were seeking, provides for, amongst commercial uses or beyond commercial uses, assembly uses, group children's daycare, hotels, and residential, as I mentioned earlier, up to a limit of no more than 9 stories in height, which I believe would be 3 stories, as well as no more than approximately 30 units per acre. So those are the provisions of the C2 zone, which provides for some, not all, office uses, as well as residential uses. So it's really up to council.
So C2 does include residential use, up to 9 stories.
Up to 9 meters.
Up to 9 meters, which is 3 stories. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think I might have a slightly different perspective on this, given my initial thought that it was somewhat inconsistent with the previous direction of council. I think the original idea and discussion centered around auto-centric development versus more walkable mixed-use development, and it ended up distilled into a motion requiring mixed-use development. I think Councillor Richter headed in the right direction, that we were looking for something more modern and contemporary, not from 25 years ago, where everything is based upon vehicles and parking lots and single-story structures. And the location that it's in is simply not appropriate any longer to be supporting that nature of development, as far as I'm concerned. And we should be pushing for higher quality mixed-use development, just like almost every other municipality in the region, especially when we're surrounded by residential density, as this location is and will be. I found it a bit, what I feel is like going on, I say feel deliberately, is going on here is trying to walk back the previous motion without simply doing that, without simply reconsidering it, but giving the developer another option to throw some second story office on there and call it a mixed use development, when that's not the intent of what council was doing. The intent, as I recall it, was to provide a more walkable development and not 2 acres of parking in the center of Willoughby people will drive to. And I think that is what the intent was. And this motion rolls that back. This will let the developer off the hook. If you say, yeah, please do a great mixed use development, which other municipalities have been requiring for years, or over here, you can go and build your original strip mall with a bit of second floor density. That's obviously they're going to go for the strip mall option, which is what he wants to build. We have another solution coming up later in the agenda, which I hope will be considered as well, to actually get to the root of the issue, which was the economics of the strip mall, right? Profitable enough for this particular developer. So I find this motion to be essentially rolling back the previous motion, which isn't the right process to be doing that. And I just want council to be 100% clear that that's what's occurring here. The previous direction is being undone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further discussion from council, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Councilor Woodward and Councilor Richter opposed, and the motion carries. Move on to 02 has been dealt with, so we move on to 03. Councilor Woodward, you have the...
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So 03 here, this is, I'm going to move the motion first. I won't read it all. Every word is chosen very carefully again. I would like to move the therefores, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the following paragraph.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second.
That's Councilor Richter. Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
So I'm going to speak to this, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I want to highlight for council's information that therefore be it resolved is for a report. Okay, this is not to commit council to anything. This is to get more information. I know we love lots and lots of information. I know we love staff reports. But this one here, I think, is trying to address the core issue that I was planning to wait until the fall when the housing action plan came forward, but I wanted to at least work this into it and have council's consideration for the motion that's subsequent to this, in the sense that right now we're heading down the path of providing affordable housing in the township of Langley by giving developers additional density, which they then put a time-limited restrictive covenant on, which of course expires. In exchange for that, we've been giving pretty significant cash incentives for when developers simply end up with market housing at the end and sell it. It's a pretty good deal, and it's very heavily weighted, I think, in the developer's favor, and it's not delivering true long-term affordable housing to the community. I did take seriously some comments over the weekend that we're not sure we want to be in the affordable housing business, and I take that sincerely and seriously, but did want to get the staff report to discuss the possibility of us using the Affordable Housing Fund to leverage and create a pool of housing controlled and policy set by the Township of Langley versus some other alternatives that exist in Metro Vancouver, where we give them the land and they own it. We could be in a position where the Township of Langley taxpayer owns it and can leverage that revenue and be in the market and ensure affordable housing supply for a portion of its residents with policies that we set, not something like Metro Vancouver sets, which we have no control over, being set by Surrey and Vancouver. So it's trying to head in that direction. And then the subsequent motion and this, if we can head in the direction of getting a staff report to at least look at this possibility, might help with the Willoughby strip mall situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
And I'll unmute myself. So I had a question of clarification on this. So I wonder if Councillor Woodward could define what he means by the cost of construction plus a reasonable profit. What would that be? What is a reasonable profit? How do we define that?
Yeah, so I left that up to staff, to the chair, to Councillor Richter. I left that up to the staff to work with in conventional terms. That's why affordable housing is not defined, because there's a number of ways to define that. So reasonable profit in terms of construction could be something that we set as part of the policy if we get that far. Typically something, you know, I don't even want to throw out percentages. I'd let staff do that and come back with recommendations about what that definition might be in terms of for something for council to decide on later on.
Yeah. My thoughts around this, and I'm willing to put a motion forward, but maybe I'll just wait until everybody's had a chance to speak to it. My thoughts on this is it moves us in an entirely new policy direction, where instead of us approving social housing units, we're actually buying them and renting them out or running them, operating them. And that's a substantial deviation from where we are right now, policy-wise. Now, having said that, I don't know where the economy is going. I don't know what position people are going to be in, and maybe there will be a need for us to move in this direction, depending on what the outcome of COVID ends up being down the road. So I'd like to propose that we send this one to our policy committee for discussion around policy on this. Is this a direction that we want to and need to go? But I'll hold off on that till other people have had a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I find this interesting and part of a series, I think, of actions that have been undertaken most recently to try and get some activity going with respect to affordable housing. I do take Councillor Richter's concern seriously in the sense that it is a departure, although I don't know that it is as much as a departure as we may be anticipating, just because I don't know the parameters of what this could look like. So it is a novel idea. Just in terms of conformity, I would say that I recall Councillor Davis brought something forward, including inclusionary zoning at one time. The township decided that they would prefer to have a housing reserve fund, which of course we're collecting community amenity charges in order to fund that. And there was also a motion that was endorsed to look at the opportunity to have third-party operators and have them to be able to manage properties that we were able to acquire through the process of CACs. So I think in terms of conformity and fairness, really, that what we should do is just to refer this directly to the Housing Action Plan Review, as Councillor Woodward has alluded to, that this is a process that currently these other ideas, in addition to the ones that I just mentioned, we'll put this one in there too, and then see what staff can review and bring back to us that will indicate which of any of these proposals would actually be successful in our community. I always look at an opportunity to tailor something to the Township of Langley, because I know that not every circumstance will support certain initiatives that we can see in other communities. But I am very willing to hear what staff has to say about that. So I would prefer it goes to the HAP source and just look at that as something that we can review in September.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know a couple of things. Number one, procedurally, I'm thinking the same as Councillor Richter in the fact that we have notices of motion, and I guess this is procedural. You have to kind of maybe, I'm asking you this question. You know, there was the opportunity, I think we discussed about putting notices of motion that would involve quite a bit of staff time, would involve policy changes, and would require quite a bit of sitting down on behalf of council and staff as to, you know, how much time, energy, effort, money, and other things were required so we could have a kind of a format going forward. So that's one thing that I can see right off the bat going to one of our policy council policy committees. And the next thing I wanted to point out that, I do sit on your task force for the mayor's task force on community development, and some of the ideas and that do come up, we talk about housing, affordable, but the amount of time that staff have to prepare these reports, and we really need to think about that, given their workload, and also what direction we really want, rather than throw something at them without really sitting down with a CPC meeting and analyzing them. So anyway, those are my points, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you can comment at all.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll wait until I've gone through the speakers list and wait my comments, but thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. This is, I think, quite a significant departure from where we're at from a policy perspective. The idea of us owning and developing our own pool of affordable housing units and paying for that, spending the money out of our budget to buy these units at whatever cost that might be, being committed to doing that is quite a departure from where we're at. And I do think it needs significant conversation prior to even having staff do a report. This is a big report. There's a lot of significant thinking that would need to go into this, and I don't think we should be having staff create something until we've agreed as a council that this is the kind of direction that we want to go in. The second point in here talks about requiring single-story commercial developments to provide mixed-use residential developments. I'm not supportive of that concept. Absolutely. In many places, it would make a lot of sense for commercial developments to have mixed use and residential mixed use above it. I totally get how that can be a very good form of development, but to require that that's going to happen across the entire township in all commercial developments makes no sense to me. And so I have a lot of concerns with the approach that this is taking. And I don't think we should be asking staff to do anything until we've met at a policy level, had a good, firm, solid discussion on this, which would take time to consider, is this really truly the direction that we want to go in? And are we wanting to do stuff that really is probably a large part of BC Housing's responsibility and not so much the Township of Langley? So I'm not supportive of passing this today.
Thank you. All right, in my comments, thank you for those comments. I really would like to reiterate that our municipalities and a lot of municipalities' role is not to provide housing in any shape or form. Our role certainly is to provide the ability for those who want to provide affordable housing through zoning, and we've got a bylaw where we're actually assisting in waiving DCCs, and we've got a good record of that already. But to take such a deviation from a municipality's role and go into the provincial role of housing, I certainly can't support. I'm here to protect our residents' resources, and even to have staff do this report. This isn't a simple report to do. Again, we're putting a burden on staff that I think is unnecessary because it's not within our jurisdiction. The province of British Columbia would love to see this happen because it's another download to municipalities. And even if it breaks even, so-called, it's not our role, period. BC Housing does an excellent job. They provide housing. There's people who are living in our community who are receiving assistance from BC Housing, and we don't even know where they live because there's no stigma attached. They're living within our community. They're receiving that assistance, and it's happening a lot more than what any of us, I think, really understand. So I can't support this at all. I don't even want to see it to go to CPC because this certainly is not within our jurisdiction. Some municipalities have chosen to go down this road, and then when it comes into tough times like now, a certain big city that we know of wants to start cutting funding for a lot of other resources that they have to provide to their residents because they've gotten so deep into housing and social programs, which are really the province's mandate and should come from income tax, not from property tax and the type of fees that we charge, which should be going to building our community. Certainly agree that we need affordable housing, but I also know that's not the municipal role. So I can't support this, and I won't support a referral to CPC. This hasn't been in our term priorities. This has just come up, and it's a huge departure from a municipality role. So those are my comments. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, no, I respect those comments, Mr. Mayor. I think that's it's not clear then why we have an affordable housing fund inside the CAC program. I want to clarify that none of that comes from property taxes. And then I hear from our community all the time a desire to see us participate at some level in the affordable housing. So I'd like to know why we're collecting an affordable housing fund if we have no intention of being in the affordable housing business. Perhaps at some point you can explain that to me, as you explain many things. I think for me, I think it would be good to have it go to CPC and discuss it and then rule it out if that's the direction, or we can rule it out right now and save a lot of time as well. I think that the model that we have is meant and intended to help developers and not really provide affordable housing. So if that's the direction we want to go in and maintain, then as a policy, let's continue to do that. And then maybe we should re-question why we're collecting money inside the CAC program for affordable housing if we have no intention of using it for affordable housing. Thanks.
So just to respond to that, I believe the money, like I mentioned, we have a bylaw which allows us to waive the DCCs, which cost millions of dollars. And we'd like to spread that out over all of housing. Certainly, I don't see how we're helping a developer when it comes to them providing housing at a loss, which pretty much all of the affordable housing projects in the Township of Langley that I've seen, the land is given, grants are provided by BC Housing, and assistance from us by waiving DCCs, and then they barely break even. So I don't see how we're assisting developers in this, but it really is a departure from our mandate. Councilor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we refer this particular motion, and probably the next one too, to a future priorities committee meeting to discuss in conjunction with the Housing Action Plan review. I'd make that motion.
Seconded by Councilor Davis. Any discussion on the referral? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question on the referral. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, I'm opposed. But Marsh is opposed.
No, I'm trying to speak, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm raising my hand to try to speak
okay.
for the referral.
You see that? Okay. I'll go to the speakers. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
So on the referral?
Yes, on the referral.
Yeah, no, I think that I'd be fine if I can withdraw the next one if we have no intention of processing this in the short term. I just want to clarify that we're referring it to a committee that never meets. So I'm not sure how useful that is, but if we're referring it specifically to align with the reports that are coming back on the Housing Action Plan, would that be coming back to that committee meeting, or would that be coming to a regular evening or afternoon meeting? Perhaps we could discuss this then, or is the intent of the mover from the referral to complete the Housing Action Plan process and then discuss this at the next committee meeting at a committee that never meets?
I believe the motion is to refer this to CPC, a future CPC.
So, but I think the mover mentioned something about aligning it with the timing around the other housing action items. Would that be the intent of the mover, if I could clarify?
Yeah, my intent in the motion as clarification was that at the time that the Housing Action Plan review is done, that both the Housing Action Plan review and this motion go to CPC before going to a regular council meeting. That's the intent of my motion. Okay. And in terms of CPC never meeting, CPC could meet. We just haven't been able to figure it out lately with the COVID stuff, but things are going to start loosening up soon. I mean, the provincial health officer was very optimistic last week in that we'd be moving to phase 3 very shortly. So that's good news.
Just want to clarify again, if I still have the floor, Mr. Mayor. I'm still speaking to the referral. Yeah. I recall during the workshop process that there was a commitment that if we were going to start down this road of notices of motion going through the committee process, that we had agreed in principle that committee would meet monthly. And of course, now we have members of the public having their items sent to this committee that now never meets. So I would like to at least get that clarified within the comments, that if the intent is to is to have it at this committee, then it may in fact be considered by council prior to the conclusion of the housing action plan.
Mr. Backen?
Your worship, we have to go back to the mover. What I heard, this was to be considered in conjunction with the housing action plan.
Yeah.
So again, we have to go back to the mover to clarify what the intent was, if there's any ambiguity.
Councilor Richter?
Yes, okay. So my intent was that when the housing action plan review is done, which could necessitate some policy changes in what we're doing, similar to the policy changes that are now coming forward with this particular motion, that we speak to those two items at the same time in a policy meeting before referring it to staff to bring back to a regular council meeting with an action plan. And that was sort of building on what Councillor Arneson had suggested as well too, that we discuss this in conjunction with the housing action plan.
So are we clear on the motion, Mr. Backen? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just accept that it's going somewhere to be discussed at some point rather than being voted down, to at least keep the idea alive of actually providing real, sustainable, long-term affordable housing in our community, as opposed to 20-year restrictive covenants that expire to the benefit of developers, not affordable housing. So I will support the referral. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Well, it's pretty darn confusing, isn't it? But I mean, I think I agree in principle that we should be seeing the housing action plan completed first, and how this fits into it or not, I don't know. But for once, I think Councillor Woodward worded it absolutely correctly. It's going to be referred to sometime after that. So I'll support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
If I may, through the chair to staff, do you plan on presenting the housing action plan, or you need a motion of council to be able to present it?
What's the timeline on that, Mr. Backen?
Your worship, Mr. Seffi may have a better sense of the timeline in terms of the housing action plan being ready to go to a CPC meeting.
Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. It was back in March of this year, Your Worship, that Council directed staff to proceed with it. And what needs to happen prior to the start of the preparation of the housing action plan is what the consultants in the industry call a housing needs assessment report, to determine exactly what the housing action plan needs to focus on, what the gaps are, and where the attention should be paid. So we're currently in the process of completing the precursory assessment to start the housing action plan preparation later this year. Late summer, early fall is the current start date. And I would imagine it would take maybe 3 to 6 months to present council with a draft outline of a plan.
So, Mr. Mayor, my concern is not a concern, and I think it's great the staff are doing it, is that this is a significant report that we're going to be getting from staff, and it would probably take the whole meeting up. These are I don't want to ask for division, but I would maybe ask the mover that those would be 2 separate CPC meetings for these particular items. And also significant staff time in the future. So at one point in time, we were saying, well, maybe we're not ready for this, even for a CPC meeting. I'm talking about the second part of the motion regarding housing. And the other one, the actual report that we have coming forward actually is duly in process. So that's where the confusion lies with me, Mr. Mayor. And maybe you can rule on that or comment accordingly.
Well, this is on referral. So if you say it needs 2 meetings, that would be up to council at the time. But I think the motion as it stands is perfectly acceptable. How long it takes will be determined if this carries and moves forward. So, okay, I think the discussion is complete on the referral motion. So I'm going to call the question on the referral this time for real. All those in favor? Okay, and those
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Kunst, Mayor Froese. Anybody else opposed?
Ferguson opposed.
Ferguson opposed. And so the motion carries. And so we move on to 04 and Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to move this, although we can probably just defeat this rather than, but I'm going to move it because I believe it's a good policy and it's a good solution. So I'll move it, please.
Okay, is there a seconder?
Your worship, Your worship, a point of clarification.
Yeah.
When Councillor Richter moved the motion, we heard that she moved or referred 03
Refer.
and 04.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I heard too. Councillor Richter, were you doing one at a time or were you doing both?
Well, my intent was both of them,
Both,
but
okay.
I thought
Yeah.
the referral was just for 03 because that's the one we were on, but it could.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I can step in on this a little
Yeah,
bit.
you could, sure. You could.
I should have clarified. I thought that was a contemplation of referral separately, although I would have moved division because I don't see any point in discussing this long after his strip mall is approved.
Okay.
So
all right, well then
I accept that it's the first one we deferred, not 04. Okay. That's the way I understood it too. So Councilor Woodward.
Would have moved division otherwise. So I'd like to see this referred separately or voted down because, as I said before, if we're sending it to committee sometime before Christmas, then yeah, that sounds like that strip mall is heading for approval long before then. So I'd like to move this motion.
Moving it. Okay. Thank you. Is there a seconder? There is no seconder.
Yeah, I'll second.
Councilor Richter seconds it.
Yeah, so I won't belabor the point. I think that the therefores speak for themselves. There's a bit of a problem. We've deferred the first part, so maybe we should consider just voting this down or deferring it. But the idea here is pretty simple, that I heard loud and clear at the Polyco delegation that the primary concern for them was that a good quality residential mixed use development, like being built all over the entire region, was not sufficiently profitable for them compared to a single story strip mall with 2 acres of parking. So I thought this would be a potential solution that we could use or consider using the Affordable Housing Fund, which I don't even know why we have anymore based on previous comments, to consider providing a solution to this particular proponent and for the community to get a good quality mixed use development and potentially affordable housing. This may in fact be challenging given that the first part of the therefore now contemplates an item that's been deferred to a committee that never meets. So I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, if you want to provide some assistance in that regard.
No, the motion's on the floor, and again, for the same reasons I spoke to before, I'll oppose this. This is certainly not in our jurisdiction or mandate as a municipality, and I do take objection to your comments on the funding that is being collected for affordable housing. There are a lot of other ways that are within our jurisdiction that money can be used. But having said that, I see one Councilor Richter, and then we'll call for the vote.
Yeah, I would see this as actually another one that's complementary to the 01 that we passed. It could be seen as a complementary option that could be discussed between staff and the proponent. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't send it forward.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Arneson.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
Okay.
I'm looking at this, and while I always support affordable housing options and solutions, I'm challenged by this one because it is so site specific. It seems to have had its genesis in this discussion about this Willoughby strip mall. If we're going to consider this at all, I think it would only be fair that it goes across the township so that everybody, any and all developers would be subject to this, because whatever the proponent said as a business person and having done their business plan and the economics of their situation for that site, I personally don't think it's fair to go back now and ask them at first and second reading to throw in some affordable housing. That's not how the system works. But if we're going to be proactive and say, this is what we want to consider in the future, I would be happy to consider that. But I don't see this as being a good remedy for the issue that arose when we sent it back to work with staff, because personally I find that to be, unfortunately, but with all due respect, spot zoning after the fact. So I don't agree with that.
Yep. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I mean, not only would this be unfair to the developer in the process, it's also kind of out of line with the decision we just made. That was moving in a place where the township starts to buy and acquire affordable housing projects is a significant turn. So even if we did agree with that, we're already decided that, but that was a very complex decision that we have to think very carefully about. And so now to pass a motion that says, oh no, don't worry about that, long-term plan. We're just gonna go ahead and try and buy some affordable housing units right now, and we'll make that decision today. So it doesn't make any sense. It's not appropriate for us to consider it at this point now, and it certainly is unfair.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
I'm just going to try to be helpful here. Again, I kind of don't understand where some of those comments are coming from. This is a motion for a report to discuss with the developers some possibilities. Nothing in here says anything about a motion to buy units. And so I take exception to that because it misrepresents what the motion actually is. And perhaps reading it would be helpful. Because it's quite frustrating to have the motion twisted and changed to be something that it isn't. This is a sincere effort to respond to what the developer expressed was his primary concern. For him and for them, the profitability of residential units was less than they would accept, and the hassle potentially of a pre-sales process and a market process that potentially we could look at assisting with. And it may be a relatively minor number of units in the grand scheme as a potential solution with a funding source that we're collecting money for. It was an idea that I was looking for a staff discussion and a very minor staff report, not making any decisions to buy any units today. So I take exception to that and hope that it would get fair consideration to be sent for discussion with the proponent as two other motions have received. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh, see your hand up again.
Well, I think it's important that Councillor Woodward read his own motion because it does say in number 2, acquiring residential units at construction cost plus a reasonable profit. So it's assuming potentially, I get the potential, but it's assuming that we've already decided that we want to go down that way. So I think Councillor Woodward should read his own motion before he threatens others. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should move forward one way or another and call the question on this one. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Richter, Councillor Davis, Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese.
Opposed.
Councillor Ferguson.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Arneson. Anybody else?
Well, I'm trying to speak to it, but
oh well, your hand came up way too late. Sorry, it's the technology here. Are you in favor or opposed? I've called the question.
it's time because it takes a while to push the buttons.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do wait. Are you in favor or opposed? I'll call the question. Councilor Long.
Well, I have been deferred with the other one, so I'll say opposed.
Oh, okay, thank you. So the motion is defeated.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Move on to 05, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I just I need to move this also in an amended form. I did make an error in the initial. So the item 1A through D, I need to add and move it with an item E, 202 A Street from 72nd Avenue to 80th Avenue, which is also within the work cap program. I'd like to move that, please. Thank you.
Second. Sorry, who seconded that?
Tim Richter.
Okay, Councilor Richter.
So yeah, I just want to speak to that, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this one here is again a report. No decisions. I want to be 100% clear. No decisions are being made. This is another report to council to outline the potential process to actually finish some of these sections. The idea of itemizing it the way I have between 1 and 8 to E is such that council can look at the implications of potentially finishing all of them or none of them, or one of them, or in some time-based sequence to be determined later on, potentially in the fall. And this is to get some of that information to council to make a decision once and for all whether this term will be proceeding with completing some of these using DCCs on the work cap program. That decision could be made at any point in the future. This report would be on the shelf and provide a baseline to make this decision at any point in the future if it's not this fall, in time for the construction season of 2021. And I think that information would be relatively helpful for council to consider using the work cap program, which has now been adopted. So that's the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Long. Councilor Long.
Yes, thank you. It just takes me, I'm going to have to actually push the button. Okay, so first of all, Councillor Woodward is saying that it's not making any decisions, but it says that there will be a minimum 4 vehicle travel lanes. I don't know if the neighborhood plans call for that in all of these streets or not. So I'm a little concerned about that. I thought we already had this war cap thing, which takes care of itself. So why do we need this? And third, what this D, will it be connected from 80th to 208th? I don't know if that really makes geographical sense. To me, it doesn't anyway. Where does that go? You mean to 68th or something? 64.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps you could have staff clarify that for Councillor Long.
Oh,
Well, Councillor Long asked the question, so I will ask staff on his behalf. Mr. Steffi?
Yes, that's the diagonal section, I understand, Your Worship, from which was included in the workout policy that Council approved. I will try and get that up on my screen such that I can share with Council. But it's a diagonal section going from essentially from Costco up to the beginning of the Yorkshire plan.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm fine with that. But I mean, what about these other streets? Are they
Oh,
all?
I apologize. I apologize. Now, I apologize for interrupting Councillor Long. I have to correct myself. I think this is the section that we may have historically called the 212th Street connector. That is a section that is going to connect to the 216 interchange, and it runs through what was previously known as the Terror Estates that the township owns, and north towards, as I said, 216.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. There is an error here. It should be labeled the 212 connector.
Yeah, it's not the Willoughby connector. Okay, well that helps. Now, what about the 4-laning and bike lanes and all of that for those streets? Were they all designated to be 4 lanes? Because personally, I have an issue with, there's all this talk about bike lanes, which is great, but is it really a safe mix to have 4 lanes of traffic plus bike lanes and all that kind of stuff? But is this not changing the designations of A, B, C, and D? And if it isn't, or it is, I'd like to know. A, B, C, D, and E now.
Savvy?
Your Worship, I don't believe this changes the designation. I'll have to take a look at each one and determine whether the 4-laning provides for an interim condition prior to final, or whether the 4-laning is actually ultimate. Unfortunately, staff has not had a chance to take a look at the details of the items under Part O of Council's agenda. But my understanding is that this will work towards, if not the ultimate solution, then at least working towards the ultimate solution.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Well, I think that if I may, through Chair to staff, I think staff answered some of those questions. If I may, how I know we've certainly made some significant progress with WARCAP. Whereabouts are we within the actual WARCAP program, if I may, through the chair to Mr. Safey?
Thank you, Your Worship. The policy was just adopted by Council recently. And if I'm not mistaken, Council did provide for a grandfathering, or if you wish, a notification period prior to the policy coming into effect. And if I'm not mistaken, I will look to the clerk to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's either July or August of this year when applications will be subject to WARCAP unless they have already received public hearing. So not post public hearing applications, but rather those that have not been to Council yet will be subject to the WARCAP contributions.
And if I may share again to Mr. Safey, and these conditions, I noticed that there's a few here. Would they complement what something's already in place? They make an awful lot of sense. I just wanted to know if they complement what's in place already.
I believe so. I believe that's the intent, to complement what is being done as part of the development, the normal development application processing. I leave that to the mover to clarify, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well to the mover. I don't have any problem supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just wanted clarification. So E is, I'm looking at the 05 page 3, there's a map there. So I just wanted to confirm that E is 202 A Street from 72nd to 80th. Is that correct?
Savvy?
Maybe Councillor Woodward needs to answer because he's the one that put E in.
Yeah, so I neglected to put E in there. E has been in almost every staff report on this issue since the beginning, which is 202A in front of Mountain and the LEC from 72nd Avenue to 80th Avenue. That
To
should be-
80th, okay.
Yeah, that should,
Okay.
should have been listed as one of the work cap streets to potentially prioritize.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. Basically, Councillor Woodward, this goes, if you drive off the 216th interchange, you drive, yeah, here's a way better. Yeah. This is exactly, well, you drive from 216th down 80th through the connector to 208, and then you'd be able to go straight down to Costco almost. And the other one, 202's on there. That's from the hall all the way to 80th, and then of course 80th Avenue. But 200th is on there. No, that's 200th is not on here. But 200th, if you take that, anyhow, this mainly is to get traffic off the #1 highway down into Costco. Is that not correct? Am I on mute?
Oh, no, we can hear you. I don't think it's mainly for that, but it's to assist with movement of traffic throughout Willoughby.
Yeah, but the 202 is thrown. 202 is thrown in there. Yeah, okay. But if you look at the big roads, the comment about bike lanes on 80th, we've got bike lanes on 80th. Like you've got to have bike lanes on the 4-lane roads. Somebody had mentioned that. But anyhow, my point is this, because all of a sudden when the and I'm sorry I missed the darn tour. I could have walked up the hill and had it, but I missed it. I'm sorry. I meant to come. But once that opens, we've got to have some roads. I'm not trying to jump the gun here, everybody, but we got to have a road to and from that exchange, and 80th and this through Terra and down to 208 is one road that we're gonna have to look at, because we and it'll go right along 80th also to service. So if we don't get a couple roads in there, we're gonna have new 208 problems. So anyhow, I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to get some clarification. How does this information that's being asked for in this motion, I'm wondering through your worship to staff, how this compares with the information that we've had before on the cost to complete these sections of road? Like, do we not have this information already, or is this new information that would have to be arrived at?
Mr. Savvy.
Thank you, Your Worship. This, again, the staff understanding is that this takes what was approved by council at a relatively higher level to becoming closer to the ground, if you will. So this provides additional detail. It assists with fine-tuning, verifying, and ensuring the accuracy of the numbers, and making sure that we have a plan to proceed with, having had the policy framework put together and approved by council. This works towards the implementation of that policy in certain sections and certain areas.
Okay, so yeah, so it does seem like the information would be helpful information. I know that last, when we discussed WARCAP, there were some members of council that expressed concerns about borrowing and would rather sort of see the pot of money build up before we sort of spend it, and rather than pre-spend it. So I understand that number 2 in here is to look at what the potential of borrowing would look like. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I guess the information is helpful, but if we didn't borrow, we could be years away, and then the information would become quite dated, I'm assuming, if we didn't actually borrow. I don't know if that's a comment or it's probably just a comment. So I'll leave it there. That's good. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, see no further discussion. Yeah, the only thing I see that it's as soon as practical, ideally on it before 27th, but I don't think that's a requirement in case staff can't get all that information. It's not long time to do all this work, but just want to point that out. All right, I'm going to call the question on 05. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, Councillor Long. Froze. Opposed. Okay, carries. Move to 06, Fort Langley Truck Route. Councillor Richter, you're on.
Sorry again, Mr. Mayor. Once again, this is getting very tedious for me as well. Obviously, I've got an established conflict of interest on this item as per legal advice, so I declare a conflict.
Okay, thank you. We'll put you in the waiting room again.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, can I go ahead or do we need to wait?
Yes, just wait for a second. Okay, now go ahead. There you go.
Okay, so I would like to move this motion, which essentially is asking staff for a report as soon as practically possible, given their very overloaded timelines these days, with regards to getting the Fort Langley truck route done. The costs, including land acquisitions, as well as whether we can move the cost of this, getting the trucks out of Fort Langley into the roads DCC program. So I move my motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Davis seconds. Councillor Davis seconds. Councillor Richter, did you wish to speak to it first?
No, I think the motion's fairly self-explanatory. We have had significant development in Fort Langley, so there are DCCs that have been generated, and certainly getting the trucks out of Fort Langley is a key concern to the Fort Langley residents. So let's get it done sooner as opposed to later. Thank you.
And the speaker list, but just before I have a question for Mr. Seffi, the report that is referenced from October 4th, 2018, this really would be an updated report, which I think would be valuable to me and I think all of council, but really an update to see where we're at with this and what's required to move further. Is that correct, or do you see?
That's correct, Your Worship. Staff is working on that.
Yeah.
Has been working on it actively with the consultants, and currently hopes to be able to bring that to council in June or July.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Long.
This is where I'm confused, Your Worship. I mean, isn't that what we're waiting for already? We've already got a report underway with consultants, and I think we're all anticipating that report to come in and to identify what the costs are going to be and what land acquisitions have to happen and what improvements have to happen to the roads. So is this not redundant? I mean, maybe that's fine. We could do some redundant, but is that not the case?
Well, it is and it isn't. It's council asking for the update, which staff have assured us that is coming. So again, it's just keeping it front and center. So
okay, I mean, I'm going to support it, but I mean, I don't want to give the impression that we weren't going to anyway.
We've been working on it. Yeah, thank you.
Coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
It's going to be expensive.
Sorry, I guess my comment was, no problems updating it. But have we not? We've gotten some ballpark figures. We've a few times, and we've had updates. I think we know where we're going. I think we've got a plan. We know what we have to buy. We know the land. We know the routes. We know that sort of stuff. I guess unless we put the rubber to the road. Okay. Unless we anyhow, again, you know what? I'm going to vote for this because it's an update, and as time changes, heck, every year or every 6 months, things seem to change. So I'm gonna, but we do have a lot. We have had a report on this a few times, and we need to. I guess we need to fine tune it because pretty soon we're going to have to move on it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I think I have to continue along the same discussion as other council members. Yes, we have had actually prices and numbers. We haven't got an actual funding envelope, but it's in millions of dollars, and it's a challenging situation. And if every time we go through our budget, our municipal budget, it's always a challenge as to where we can spend the money. But I will look forward to seeing their support. I know that it's going to be very, very difficult finding a funding model, but as far as the question or statement, it's just get it done. Well, if it was that easy, we would have had it done 10 years ago. The problem is problematic as far as properties, as far as roads, as far as funding, as far as design. There's all sorts of challenges. But certainly, I'll look forward to hearing. I'll support it to report stage.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm looking at this from a different perspective. I agree with my council mates that this is something that we've discussed quite a bit. We've had draft budgets, and over time we've received further information. I'm interested in the prospects of potential cost recovery from DCCs. I'm not sure, I can't recall personally what that looks like and how much could be achieved by that. But the other thing that I think would be aided by this is sometimes I think if you see a huge budget number in front of you, it's rather daunting. But if you look at opportunities on a 5-year basis, I'm not saying that's how long it should take, but even just to make an incremental step. And if you have identified funding sources and start the process, if you need land acquisition and there's a certain amount of money available, I mean, I think like everybody else, I'm very concerned about what we're going to look like post-COVID, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at the opportunities that we have and try and address the issues that are longstanding in our community, which I know everybody knows this has been something that's been a real sore spot for quite some time in Fort Langley. So just the idea of putting some money away with a plan in mind and potentially even other sources of revenue that we're not aware of yet. It just may be able to be put together in a plan. So like everybody else, I look forward to an update.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I forgot to ask earlier then. Would you mind?
You spoke already. I should get Councillor Richter first. I apologize.
But
this system, it doesn't show the.
You did speak already.
Okay, then go ahead. This system doesn't really help me out that much. So you go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Long.
I'm just asking, what is staff comment about this using DCC funds? Is that even possible?
And I think that's what they come back. Mr. Seffi?
Your Worship, as Council is aware, development cost charges are projects that can be proven to assist in councils supporting growth. So they have to be related to growth. So that is a test. And further, there must be at least a 1% contribution as a municipal assist factor. So if council deems this project to meet that test, then it can be included. So far, the DCC program that was adopted by council earlier this year, after, as council again recalls, the discussions with the Inspector of Municipalities and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, I think they're called, the requirement for us to remove certain projects that were deemed to be ineligible for inclusion. Then subsequently, after that was removed, council was asked to reconsider the new program with those projects removed, and council gave it the 3 readings, and the province did approve it. And that program does not include, at least not its entirety, certain sections that is being contemplated right now. It does include some portions, but not the whole thing. So as an example, there are some intersection improvements along Rollison and Glover, and some signalization as well. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that essentially what I'm looking for here, we've had 6.5 million set aside in the budget over the last little while, and we haven't put that money into the budget. So I think what we have to do is we have to find another source for those monies. And that is essentially what this motion is looking for. And maybe if we add these improvements to what we send for approval to the provincial government, we might get that approval and we might be able to get this work done sooner. So that's the real gist of it. It's looking for another funding source.
Thank you. Okay, see no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Now, Councillor Woodward to be led back in. I'm not sure if he's in conflict with this or not.
Opposed?
Councillor Woodward back. Oh, there he is. Hello, Councillor Woodward. 07, just wanted to ensure that you're okay with 07. I know, but Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so it's always tough to get back at it. So where are we in?
Okay, we're just moving to 07.
Okay.
And I just wanted to ensure that if you were in conflict, I know we had a similar one before.
Oh, you know what? I appreciate you raising that, Mr. Mayor. That missed it. I think technically probably not, but I edged on the side of caution. So I'll just do that here as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll declare a conflict
Okay.
just because I did consistently with the other one.
Okay.
Thank you.
And before I turn it over to Councillor Arneson, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend no later than 6:30. We only have a couple of items left. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I should have had Councillor Woodward in for that, but I think it's unanimous. So. Okay, Councillor Arneson, you're on.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm not going to read the entirety of the motion. I'm just going to refer to the fact, as Council will recall, on May the 25th, we had a special meeting convened to talk about the challenge of those who are impacted by COVID and what could be done to expand patio service. So what I took from that meeting was that staff had come up with a fairly comprehensive.
Councillor Arneson, we've lost you. Yeah, I think you got muted. Councillor Arneson, you're muted.
Sorry, where did you hear me last? Where?
You were
just that staff had a comprehensive report.
Okay, well, that's good. Thank you very much. So, because I can't tell. Okay, yeah. I'll try not to touch any buttons. So they came up with this comprehensive report, which we agreed to and adopted, and that's all well and good. But the sole purpose of bringing this forward is to consider, and I would underline the word consider, opportunities. So each of these different points from 1 to 7 have staff oversight and review. For example, it's all about advising us. So these are options for consideration that, from my perspective, our overworked staff will now have to come back with some kind of framework. I assume that what will happen is, on a case-by-case basis, anybody that could potentially take advantage of or benefit from this would be able to come once we have the framework in place and work to effect a resolution to this. I know that there are some things in this list that may seem a little outside of the box. However, I note that other communities are now considering this because, in particular, although we're moving towards the evolution of less social distancing and more ability to socialize and get together, my primary concern was that we do as much as possible for our business and, beverage opportunities that we have in the township, because I know that they are struggling, and the degree to which we can tailor an approach towards meeting their needs, I think would be most helpful. So that's the basis of bringing this forward.
So I kind of let you speak to it, but we don't have it on the floor yet. But if you want to move it,
I'll move it.
Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
Thank you. And thanks for that, Councillor Arneson. Just to clarify, it's to consider. So I think we do have a lot of processes in place, and certainly this gives staff, I think, some direction to consider all of these proposals. But there are ways that proponents or restaurateurs could come to council and make requests, and through our existing process like highway use permits, etc. They can still do it. But I think this is good. It gives, I don't know if it really requires a report back, but it's more the word consider that brought me really on board with this. Councillor Richter?
Yes, and I wanted to make sure that council would get a report back on these points that we're asking staff to consider, and in particular relative to points number 5 and 6. I would like the issue of liability to be addressed as completely as possible.
Staff could take direction on that. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
My concern is that if we're allowing public properties to be used for the consumption of alcoholic beverages, and somebody gets in a car and drives home and then causes an accident, where does that leave us in the township? So.
Okay. If you no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Carries unanimously. And we'll ask Councillor Woodward back in. And since he's back, then Councillor Richter, you'd asked for a discussion or an update, I suppose, on safety upgrades at 248th Street and Robertson Crescent. So
yes.
I'll let you start, and then.
And what I would really like to do is for staff to, I guess, give us an idea of what other safety upgrades we could put in place to reinforce the change of traffic patterns at this intersection. There was a very horrific accident with 2 cars on fire, or 2 vehicles on fire last week. And it seems to me people who live out here, maybe have lived here for so many years, they just assume there's no stop sign there anymore. So what do we have to do to remind them that there is a 4-way stop there? Do we need to put bigger stop signs in with flashing lights around them? Do we need to put rumble strips in, particularly on the north-south 248th part of the corridor, because that's what caused the issue in that accident last week. It was somebody who didn't even realize there was a stop sign on 248th and ran it and hit 2 other vehicles. So I guess to keep this short and sweet, can we just refer this to staff to come up with some realistic safety upgrades that could be put into this intersection on at least an interim basis, maybe not a permanent basis, to reinforce the change in traffic patterns there.
Mr. Backen, if staff could just provide a memo, that would help council understand the situation there. Thank you. Okay, is there any other business?
Yes, raise my hand.
Yes, Councillor Richter.
Yes, I wondered with regards, just to go back to item H2, where we put in the clarification of multi-faith. Can we include a definition of what council meant by multi-faith? Because when we were discussing it, we were very clear that in our minds, multi-faith includes all faiths as well as no faiths. So do we need to add a definition into that resolution? And if we do, I can put a motion on, but I think it could just be included in the...
Yeah. Mr. Backen's nodding his head. He'll take his direction. Thank you.
Okay. My second question, the Abbotsford oil spill from Trans Mountain that occurred over the weekend, I believe. Has there been any impact on any shared aquifers between Township and Abbotsford? Do we know which aquifers are shared that could have been in the vicinity of this leak? And are we monitoring our aquifers?
Mr. Backen or Mr. Seffi, do you have any background on that? Or you get back to us on it? I think you'll.
Your Worship, we are aware of the nature of the shared aquifers, but we'll have to understand a bit more about the spill, so we'll have to report back to council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the delegation under D5, I'd like to refer the request of that delegation on page 3 to staff for a report or commentary, whatever. I mean, we've passed the DWA, but the other points that he raised, if staff could provide us a report around that.
The information. Okay, thank you.
Do we need a motion on that?
Mr. Backer, no, he doesn't. No, he's write it down. They'll work with him and provide a memo to council.
Okay. With respect to the items distributed to council on June 11th, number 3 on the Child Care Action Plan, I'd like to refer this to CPC as I believe it involves a substantial policy change. Do I need a motion on that?
Mr. Atkins says no. So we'll just.
That's June 11th, item number 3.
Yeah.
Child Care Action Plan.
Yeah, so it updated us on the report that we'd approved. And so you want to discuss the report at CPC, is that?
Yeah, the 5 priorities that they have, one of those priorities is going to have a significant impact policy-wise on us.
Sure.
And I think we need to discuss whether it's our job to provide subsidized daycare. Item
Mr.
number...
Backer, excuse me, Mr. Backer?
Your worship, as it is a referral to CPC, the clerk's pointing out that because of our new regime, we should probably have a motion.
Okay, I will make that motion, please.
Is there a seconder?
Second it.
Second by Councillor Davis. I see hands up, but I think they're up from before. Any discussion on the referral?
Well, can I speak to this, Your Worship?
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm confused a little bit because the report, is it not authored by the Township of Langley?
It's by direction of the council.
It's a
consultant. Yeah,
had
a consultant. We got money. We got a grant to do it.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Carries. Okay, thank you, Councillor Richter.
Item number 5 on June 11th, the long-term water supply report. I'm very concerned about these new Salmon River stations, wells, whatever are being proposed, and I'd like to request a staff presentation on this before they proceed to implement the next section.
So we could have a staff presentation at council on, I'm not quite sure. Maybe you could just explain a little more what we'd like. We have, this is item number 5.
Yeah, item number 5, the long-term water supply, and that is on page 35. And in particular, what I noted was, secondly, in consideration of the economic implication, 2 options were finalized for further analysis. Development with conventional wells, which could include riverbank filtration wells at locations adjacent to the Fraser River, and secondly, construction of radial collector wells, also at a location adjacent to the Fraser River. And then it further goes on to say staff are ready to initiate task 3 of this project, which will provide step-by-step direction on groundwater source development. What I want to have a discussion on is, should we be continuing to expand our use of groundwater resources? And that's why I think we need a presentation on this report. And that ties in hand with item number 14, a letter received from Tanis Percival regarding the water issues she and her neighbor are facing in the Hoppington. So I'm assuming anything on the Salmon River is going to be affecting the Hoppington in one way or another.
Okay, thank you. I think staff have direction. Anything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 16 on June 11th, there was a request from Mr. and Mrs. Boileau of Fernridge regarding subdividing their property. And I just had a question and was wondering if staff could give us some clarification. Is their particular property going to be part of one of the new neighborhood plans that's under development? And will that subdivision request be captured there?
Mr. Sefi, are you aware? That was my assumption that.
I don't recall the details, Your Worship. I'm going to have to look into it.
Okay.
Yeah. Item number 16 is on page, I can tell you in a second. Okay, and my last item is from May 28th. Item number 4, the Hoppington Aquifer Assessment Report, when that pertains to the bank on the Salmon River that had collapsed. And we received letters from some residents. I know Gloria Stelting and Pam Erickson were residents that sent us letters. And I was wondering if a copy of this report could be sent to both Ms. Erickson and Ms. Stelting.
Mr. Backen, do we need a motion for that, or can it just be sent? It'll just be sent to them.
It will be sent to them?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Good. I don't think this is a motion, but after listening to Mr. Backham talk about COVID and the report and what's happening, I was wondering, maybe I could, I thought I'd like these Zoom meetings, but do we know what the future is of these Zoom meetings? I can hardly hear Councillor Long half the time. And well, I'm not being cheeky, Bob. It's just I can't. Anyhow, how long do you think, can we not go back to the old meetings where we just, like the first meeting we had, spread everybody out, or maybe, who makes that decision on council, or who makes that? Do you, Jack, or Mayor?
Well, it's really the clerk, and I know we've had this discussion at Metro too. Metro, some have come to the meetings, but there's social distancing, and it's just managing their way through that. And I think we're more waiting for Dr. Henry more direction and see what other municipalities are doing. But the clerk, I believe, is the one that makes that decision. It's not, in concert with the CEO and myself, but so far we've been moving along this direction really until we get, I think, more of an update from the province. But I don't know, Mr. Backen or clerk can add anything to this.
We can add that. To add to that, Your Worship, you're correct. It actually flows back to the EOC through the health orders and whatnot. So at this point, most municipalities, I can't say all, most municipalities though are still doing this process. There are some that are not, but they're causing some concerns. We're monitoring the situation with other municipalities. Most are still on the technological front. I think our direction was that we would continue with this process at least till the summer break, and then we would revisit it after that point. So that would give us 3 meetings after today. But if something changes dramatically in the intervening period, we could. However, again, we're still under the state of emergency. There's still under some sort of social distancing protocol. When that's going to change, I think, depends a lot on what the health officer says, and as well what's happening to the south and to the east. That's going to be a challenge for us.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think certainly I'd love to see it go back in September, but it's going to be depend. They're talking about a second wave. They're talking a lot of things, but if we get through this next 3 meetings, hopefully we can go back to normal. But again, it's really up to the province.
I'm not trying to push it.
No, it's a good question. I've asked the same one. Yeah.
It's just that it's driving me crazy. I thought I could do it, and I thought it's not a problem. It's just when I hide behind this little clicker, I just eat too many donuts.
Yeah, it's not the same. I agree.
And it's not the same. And I'm not being cheeky to Councillor Long, but half the time I can't hear him.
Yeah,
and I'm not just not. I'm maybe if we do something different with Councillor Long, sometimes it's nice not to hear you, but when you're talking, you're always breaking up.
It's breaking. It's this connection, but it could also be that maybe a headset would help. I know I've had to put a headset on. It helps a bit, but okay. Thanks.
That's a better microphone.
Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah.
We're gonna run till the end of the supper. Next.
Hello.
Councillor Long. Yeah.
Well, I actually logged in at noon to try and test it, but nobody came online until about 2 minutes to 1. So on the next meeting, Your Worship, I would like to log out earlier and get this solved. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. You can just contact the clerk and they can do something for you. So, okay, Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Long used to be a sound guy, but anyway, I just a quick thing of the D4, Nora Cashato wanted to refer that to staff. Her concerns.
Refer what part of it?
I imagine she had a number of questions about the, first of all, we refer delegations, right?
Yes.
So
yeah,
there was a delegation and referring it, and they can take whatever
To
they
attempt.
felt. There's some questions she had asked, so we can't really ask staff while the delegation's happening.
So to respond to your questions. Okay. Thank you.
That's
We
right.
can do that.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
Thank you. Okay. we'll do
Thank
that.
you.
Okay. Is there any other business, Councilor Davis?
I forgot again. To do the reconsideration of K1, what I just do that. I do that for. I just do that on my own.
It requires a notice of motion. You can provide it today on table, or you can wait and provide it prior to the deadline, which is the Wednesday before the council meeting. So you have some time to sit down with staff if you wish to draft a notice of motion for reconsideration. You don't have to do it right now. Okay. All right. With that, I'll ask for a motion to resolve and to close with the agenda items and non-table items. Can I have that motion, please? Moved by Councilor Davis, seconder. Councilor Kunst, Councilor Richter, your hand is up. Did you have something to add?
Yes, I'd like to add 2 items, 1 legal and 1 property.
Legal and property, okay. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried, thank you. And now a motion to terminate.
Termination.
Wait a minute. Can you hear me any better now? Is
Yes.
it any better?
Yes,
Yeah,
much
yeah,
better.
much better.
Well, there you go. If I'd only known. Okay, thank you.
The sound guy will.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a 10-minute recess or something? Or a 5-minute recess even?
No, sorry, Mr. Backus.
If I could step in, we could have a 5-minute recess as we have the delegation for the closed meeting is already here. So if
Okay.
you give us 5 minutes to